Hello.
Hi, Carrie, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, everybody.
Just you and me now? Good. Yeah, bueno. Déjale, never mind. Never mind. Yep, never mind. ¿Tiene frío?
What's up, Ed? Al, how are you?
How are you?
How you guys feeling? Everybody good?
How's that
Yeah.
hip?
Hip's doing good. The lower leg, not so much. So I don't know what happened. The doctor's trying to figure out if there's a nerve issue with the lower leg. So I can't put much weight on it for the past few days.
Oh,
The hip is fine.
wow.
Never known you to be nervous, Al.
Yeah. But I'm pumped.
Well, congratulations, everyone, on your re-elections.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A sweeping victory for the good, for the cause of right.
Yes. Thank you.
To the new county commissioners.
Commissioners,
Soon to be.
Right.
how they doing there, Al? They still in public safety?
Yes, that's why the chamber's not up yet.
Well, tell them it's 6 o'clock.
I will remind him. There it is. Okay. More. Promote.
Is Romano in?
He's a
I heard his voice. I heard his voice, and the
in the
chamber's now
back.
up.
Looks like it's over.
Just move the chamber.
Yeah, public safety is all over.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Who's in the chambers, O'Day?
Just me and Romano's in the back yapping away.
All right.
You want me to get him?
Yeah, tell them we're gonna start like ASAP.
You want me to really make his life miserable? Look. If I hide this phone, he'll lose his mind.
He's probably got another one in his sock.
Doesn't matter, he'll still lose his mind. Anthony, we're starting now. All right, walking in now. You got 6, Mr. Chairman.
Good. Let's call the meeting order, Al. Ms. Santos, Mr. Clerk? Mayor, Honorable?
Roll call. Freeholders, Sedano.
Here.
Cifelli? Not present. Kopacz?
Here.
O'Day?
Here.
In the chamber? Freeholder Rodriguez?
Here, by Zoom.
Freeholder Romano?
Here.
In the chamber? Freeholder Torres? Absent. Freeholder Torres?
There's nobody here.
Freeholder Walker?
These people could see us, right?
Freeholder Walker's not on. Chairman Veneri?
Here.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided as follows: posting notice of resolution number 8-1-2020 on the Freeholders Bulletin Board, Administration Building Annex, Jersey City, New Jersey. Copies of the above mentioned resolution have been sent to the county clerk and the editors of the Jersey Journal and the Star Ledger. That notice has also been modified to permit the holding of this meeting via the Zoom virtual platform. Instructions were advertised for the public to participate via Zoom audio during the public portions of the meeting by using the raise the hand icon. An email address was also advertised to send in questions should a participant not be able to participate by Zoom. Mr. Chairman, may I have a motion to approve the minutes of the following meetings? Caucus meeting of October 6, 2020, and the regular meeting of October 7, 2020.
Anybody motion?
Motion.
Second.
Romano
Romano
Sedano.
Sedano.
Let Sedano sponsor, I'm second.
Okay.
Okay. Daniel Romano. Freeholder Sedano.
Yes.
Freeholder Kopacz.
Yes.
O'Day.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Romano.
Yes.
Torres is absent. Walker is not present. And Chairman Veneri.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, the next order of business is additional discussion on today's agenda.
Administrator?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr.
Yes,
Chairman,
sir.
I have one item for the board's consideration. The Contracts Committee had a meeting on Tuesday to discuss an amendment to the contract with NW Financial regarding the business grant program. If you recall, when this was approved, it was based on a review of 530 applications at $350 per application. However, 1,007 applications were approved. So we are recommending that an additional $166,950 be added to their contract for a total of $352,450, which equates to 1,007 applications at $350 per approved application.
I'll sponsor, Mr. Chairman.
I'll second.
Second.
O'Day Romano, that's number 41.
Terry
Just for
Walker's
the
here.
record,
Freeholder
Freeholder
Walker.
Walker's here. For the roll call, please, Mr. Santos.
Freeholder Walker is present. Do you wish to be recorded on the minutes, Freeholder Walker?
Yes.
Okay, you vote aye. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just for the record,
Yeah.
the committee met to go over the NW contract. We saw that two things that differed from the time we first looked at it. One, I believe the city of Bayonne, which was originally going to do their own, opted to use NW. So that created a good number of additional businesses. And some cities oversubscribed as the number of businesses that they were originally anticipating having. Some which actually moved money over, or others wound up reducing the award, prorating the award to make sure all the businesses got funding. So we felt it was fair to the entity that the same amount of work, you need to do any of the applications. So we found it to be reasonable.
Thank you, Freeholder. Anybody else? All right, so we had a motion, a second, didn't we?
Yes.
Yes, yeah,
All right,
on
thank
the
you.
agenda, Mr.
All
Chair.
right, it's on the agenda. Thank you. Administrator, anything else?
No, Mr. Chairman, that's all that I have. Thank you.
Good.
Mr. Chair, there was replacements that were delivered to me for 23 and 24. Was that just the fact sheet, Sabe, or was there anything else?
No.
No, I believe it was just a revision to the resolution. I believe county council clarified or inserted a revised whereas in paragraph 5.
Okay, so it's a drafting replacement, not a substantive change. So we won't have votes on that?
That's correct. Yeah, it's basically a cosmetic change. It doesn't change the substance of the resolution.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Freeholder Day, go ahead.
item number 39, we had received an email today about the amount of dollars the entity this contract extension was awarded to expended this year. The amount pales in comparison to what's proposed annually in this. I think it's probably 25% or 20% of what the annual would be under this. I related to the administrator my concern as to why we want to commit that much money up front. And I told him I was going to make a motion to cut the amount of the contract in half. If during the course of the contract they need additional money, they'll have to come back to us. We can keep a better eye on what those expenditures are. I'd obviously rather seeing HUD funding go to HUD needed projects like rental assistance, tenant assistance, youth services. So I'm going to make a motion, and Mr. Administrator, Do you have any objection to that?
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to make a motion that we amend number 39 to change the award amount from $379,744.94 to $189,872.47.
Freeholders, the fellas here for the record.
Thank you. Is there a second on that motion?
Not yet. I just got Freeholders, the in for the record and minutes, please.
So, Freeholders, do you wish to be recorded on the minutes?
Yes, I wish to vote aye in the minutes. I apologize. I was on a video conference with my physician, so I apologize for my tardiness.
Not necessary, Freeholder, no problems.
So I made that motion. I need a second to cut that number in
Second.
half.
I'll
Second.
say,
Thank you.
On the motion to amend number 39, Freeholders Sedano,
Yes.
Sefeli,
Yes,
Kopacz,
Yes.
O'Day,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Romano,
yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Chairman Veneri.
Yeah, thank you.
39 is amended. Proceed with public participation, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, agenda items only, please.
Okay. According to the policy set by the Board of Freeholders, members of the public are asked to limit their comments to 5 minutes when discussing agenda items and 5 minutes at the conclusion of the meeting when discussing matters of public interest. At this time, the public may address the board on any item on the agenda only. Please keep your comments limited to 5 minutes. Please use the raise your hand icon on Zoom audio.
Al, just so you know, there are
Yeah,
probably 3 members of the public in the chambers. I
hold
don't know
on,
if they
Chair,
want
do
to
you want
speak
to
on.
begin with the chambers or do you want to begin with Zoom?
hold on, everybody, hold on. Freeholder a day, you're in the chambers. Does anybody in the chambers like to be heard on the agenda items?
No, I believe they're here, not on agenda items.
Okay,
They want
move
to
to
speak at the
the,
end.
move to the agenda on Zoom, please.
Is Katia Oltmann? Ms. Oltmann?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Just want to speak against the agenda item about purchasing ammunition. I believe that ammunition was already purchased before, and I don't understand why we're spending even more money. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Mr. Clerk.
Marlene Ramos. Ms. Ramos.
Hi, I'm actually trying to, I'm going to be translating for 2 seconds. Maybe you can hear this twice. I'm going to be translating for 2 people who will be speaking in Spanish, who are going to be speaking on the issue of detention of the ICE contract.
No, that's
But
not on the
that's at the end
agenda
of the-
tonight.
That's at the end of the meeting.
Oh, okay, great.
End of the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Speakers on agenda items only, please raise your hand. Amy Torres? No, she lowered her hand, so I don't see any, I don't see anybody else with the raised hand.
Thank you very much. Proceed with the roll call, please.
Okay, the consent agenda now includes an amended 39 and a new item 41. May I have a motion to approve all items on the consent agenda?
Motion.
Second.
Who was the second?
Walker and Sedano, give it to them. Sedano sponsor, Walker second.
Yep.
On the consent agenda, Freeholder Sedano,
Yes.
Sefeli,
yes,
Kopacz,
Yes.
O'Day,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Romano,
Yes,
Walker,
Yes.
Chairman Veneri.
Yes,
We have 3 ordinances for introduction. First is entitled Bond Ordinance Providing for the Undertaking of Capital Projects for Fiscal Year 2021 by and for the Hudson County Community College located within the County of Hudson, State of New Jersey, appropriating $5,340,000 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $5,340,000 bonds or notes of the County of Hudson, State of New Jersey for financing such appropriation, the principal of and interest on the aggregate principal amount of which will be entitled to state aid pursuant to Chapter 12 of the laws of New Jersey of 1971. On introduction, Freeholder Sedano,
Yes.
Tefeli,
Yes.
Kopacz,
Yes.
O'Day,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Romano,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Chairman Beneri.
Yes.
Second ordinance for introduction is entitled Ordinance Rescinding Ordinance Number 531-8-2017, amending Chapter 200, Article 8.11 of the Administrative Code to eliminate a reserved handicap parking space at 682 John F. Kennedy Boulevard in the city of Bayonne for Jose M. Toledo. Freeholder Sedano,
Yes.
Tefeli,
Yes.
Kopacz,
Yes.
O'Day,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Romano,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Chairman Beneri.
Yes.
An ordinance for introduction is entitled an ordinance of the County of Hudson, State of New Jersey, authorizing the guarantee of the payment of the principal of and interest on not exceeding $2,500,000 aggregate principal amount of subordinated county guaranteed lease revenue completion bonds, Casino in the Park project, issued by the Hudson County Improvement Authority for the purpose of providing additional security therefore, consenting to the undertaking of such project by the authority, and determining certain other matters in connection therewith. Freeholder Sedano.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I did not hear you.
Yes.
Tefeli,
Yes.
Kopacz,
Yes.
O'Day,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Romano,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Chairman Beneri.
Yes.
There are two ordinances for second reading and public hearing. First is entitled Ordinance Establishing a Schedule of Fees for the Public Safety Training Center. This is a time fixed for public hearing on this ordinance, which is introduced at the meeting of October 21st, 2020, advertised as required by law, together with a notice of hearing for this time. It has been posted on the Freeholders Bulletin Board and made available to the general public. Are there any speakers on this ordinance? If you wish to speak on this ordinance, please raise your hand now. Or if you're in the chamber, please approach the dais. There are no
No one in the
speakers.
chamber.
Motion to close the hearing.
Motion to close.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing is closed. On final adoption, Freeholder Sedano,
Yes.
Tefeli,
Yes.
Kopacz,
Yes.
O'Day,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Romano,
Yes.
Walker.
Yes.
I didn't hear you, Freeholder.
Yes.
And Chairman Beneri.
Yes.
The second ordinance for public hearing is entitled Ordinance Acquiring Ownership of a Traffic Signal Located at Woodcliff Avenue and Palisade Avenue, J.J. Braddock, North Hudson Park, from the Township of North Bergen. This is a time fixed for public hearing on this ordinance, which was introduced at the meeting of October 21st, 2020, advertised as required by law, together with a notice of hearing for this time. It has been posted on the Freeholders Bulletin Board and made available to the general public. Are there any speakers on this ordinance? Raise your hand or approach the dais.
No one in the chambers is interested.
And there's no raised hands. Motion to close the hearing,
Motion.
Whoa.
Second.
seconded by
Walker.
Walker.
all in favor?
Aye.
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 Hearing is closed on final adoption. Freeholder Sedano,
Yes.
Tefeli,
Yes.
Kopacz,
Yes.
O'Day,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Romano,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Chairman Veneri.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the items of business on today's agenda. Are there any comments from the freeholders on the business of the board?
I just want to make a couple comments. I'll start first. Pertaining to the ICE, people who keep contacting most of the freeholders and even on their cell phones. I get emails bombarded every Friday at 3:00. The same email, word for word for word. I don't know if it's the same person doing it with different names, or they're all in the same room doing it at the same time. But, I'm not making a commitment on whether I'm supporting the ICE contract or not yet. I've made that clear. We do not have a contract in front of us. It is not on the agenda tonight. I don't think it'll be on for the next time either. I understand the contract ends December 31st. It is up to the administration to give it to us. We do not have it. I don't know if there's any need to speak about it. I'm not speaking about it until it's on the agenda. So that's my comment. And I don't take it pretty lightly when I get demands from people on emails. And I think Freeholder Romano will back me up on that one. When you start off the email and saying, I demand, you're not going to get any respect from me anyway. I don't know about any other freeholders. But I think we all should just get along and try to figure this out, what we're going to do. I have an engagement here at 6:30 and at a community center here. I have to speak about my park or our park. And that's basically all I have to say about that. I don't know if any of the freeholders want to go on record, which they did say they support the ICE contract. They can. We have no contract in front of us. So I'm saying I cannot support anything that I do not have in front of us. And they say it's going to be the same contract. Well, first of all, the expiration date's going to change, so it's not going to be the same contract. Whether the federal government so desires to give us half the amount for each detainee, or double the amount for each detainee, we don't know. Okay? We will look at severe layoffs in our correction facility if we do not have this contract. Freeholder Walker, you should realize that. There's a lot of things that we're gonna, that's gonna happen if we don't renew this contract. I'm not saying I'm for it right now or against it, but it's not on the agenda. I'm not gonna sit here for an hour and a half and debate something that's not on the agenda. Okay? That's my my view on this. Thank you. Any other freeholders, any comments, concerns?
Mr. Chair?
Freeholder
Mr. Chair?
Romano. Freeholder Romano.
Yeah, just for the first day, just for the benefit of the one speaker that asked the question and for our colleagues, we just had a public safety meeting. The ammunition that's being spoken of is mandated by state qualifications for all certified law enforcement officers. So it's 9mm ammunition. So there's nothing to do with protests or anything with anything else but the weapons that the officers themselves carry, and they have to qualify twice a year, just so everybody knows what that is.
This is something that the field has been passing for the last 25 or 35 or 50 years, and now all of a sudden there's problems. Yeah,
And the other thing I think that with Anthony said, I've engaged a few activists that have called me, but being called at 12 o'clock at night and yelled at or using the word demand is just not respectful. I mean, I respect all the people that question, but I'd like that same respect back. And I think a couple points that I don't think people understand. If there was no ICE contract, that does not mean that the door is opened. They are turned over to the ICE people, and they have to be put in another facility. That has nothing to do with us. And I think people need to understand that there's a supposition that they're just released. And also, to call the Hudson County Jail a torture facility is just so inappropriate. I mean, people are welcome to tour it at any time. I think this board would not tolerate that, nor the executive branch. I think that the corrections officers themselves have shown a lot of empathy. I think Director Edwards answers a lot of questions, and it's always an open, transparent facility. To say that the torturing is going on is just it's just not fair to those that work there and to those of this freeholder board, because it wouldn't be tolerated. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Freeholder.
Mr. Chairman.
Freeholder O'Day.
Yeah, so I just want to put a couple of things on record. As I've stated before, I mean, I have philosophical problems with the ICE detainees at the facility. I voted against it last time, and I would intend to vote against that aspect of it if it relates to detainees, if it's even presented to us again. I do want to just support something Freeholder Romano said about the correctional facility. I think it's unfair the way it's characterized by some people. The amount of reforms that have occurred there, the amount of initiatives that have occurred there in the last 3 to 4 years speak for themselves. The programs, the improvement to the medical care there, the improvement to the psychiatric care at that facility. I met with some individuals today who are 100% opposed to renewing the ICE contract, also on philosophical basis, but they would not, at a moment, not say and credit the county for many initiatives that have occurred there to improve the quality of life. Look, no one wants to be.
The food.
The food, the culinary, medical services, programs for individuals that are there, the Wi-Fi of the facility to give people access to more information. So we can be against having it, which I am, but I don't think it's fair to somehow label that facility where there were problems. We'll go back a few years. We had some problems. We had some deaths there. And look, it's a shame that some of those deaths caused the reforms that we've occurred and the things that occurred. But the bottom line is, a lot of positive things have happened at that facility since that occurred. So I think that you can be philosophically opposed to it, but that doesn't mean you've got to castigate the facility and the operation of the facility.
Yeah, one other comment to add on to, again, a lot of the calls I got, the idea of if Mercer County ever does consolidate with us, they are not detainees. And I know a few callers said, well, let's just close the jail completely. The jail just doesn't have detainees. There's those that have been convicted of crimes. And I think that people have to understand it's to differentiate. You just can't close a jail. There's people in there that, again, reiterate, have been convicted of crimes. You just can't release those people. So thank you.
Thank you, Felix.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Felix, go ahead.
Yeah, just one final comment from my perspective about the ICE contract. I guess many of my colleagues have gotten calls. I've spoken to, I believe, at least 3 citizens who've discussed and expressed their displeasure with the ICE contract. And my comment to each of them has been, as Fielder O'Day said, philosophically, I'm opposed to it. However, I believe the experience that we as a board have had is that the family members of the detainees and their legal advocates, the attorneys, have, and if someone on my board or someone on our board or in the audience says that this is not, my statement is not accurate, then I appreciate if they would tell me that. But the advocates, the attorneys for the detainees, I think have uniformly said that they do not want us to shut the doors, because if we did shut the doors, I think as Fielder or Chairman Veneria said, that doesn't mean that the detainees walk out and go back to their homes in Manhattan or Hudson County, because I think the majority of them are New York City residents.
Yep.
But unfortunately, the detainees would be taken by the federal authorities under the present administration, and they would be shuffled off to far-flung places that would alienate them from not only their families, but their legal counsel, which would be extremely detrimental to the detainees. Now, with all that said, does that mean that it's a great system? Absolutely not. As I said at the outset, I'm philosophically opposed to it. I've also said, and hopefully this will come to pass, that last Tuesday's election, I think, will be a tipping point in the entire program. And I just think we all need to exhale a little and keep moving forward for a solution. I realize the elements of the opponents, the ICE, and I agree with their philosophical position and stance. However, the people that would suffer the most, and the people that I think, I shouldn't say, let me retract suffer the most. The people that I think we should be focused most upon are the detainees themselves, as opposed to the philosophical positions. The detainees, I think at every day, are more concerned with how they are treated and how their families are treated and how their rights and their causes can be prosecuted through the legal system, as opposed to some philosophical grand scheme of things. And I agree, again, with the philosophical position that the system is broken and it needs to be fixed, but maybe it shouldn't be fixed on the backs of the people that are there now. And I think it behooves us to look out first and foremost for the human beings that are there and not for our political philosophies. And maybe that's not what some of the speakers want to hear. But when I've had these conversations one-on-one, when people have called me on Friday evenings and Saturday mornings, I've taken the time to speak to the callers. And I think I've had that dialogue and have engaged them. And I've told them the same thing. So I just think we all are on the same, most of us, I think, are on the same page that the system is broken. It needs to be fixed. But I don't know that closing the facility and evicting the detainees it sounds good, but it's not the answer. The answer is more complicated. So let's all row in the same direction. And hopefully last Tuesday will bring us light at the end of the tunnel.
Thank you, Freeholder. Any other freeholders, any comments on anything? Yeah, Mr. Clerk?
Are there any comments from the Deputy Chief of Staff to the County Executive?
No, sir.
Thank you, Pat.
This is a time for anyone present to address the board on any matter of public interest. Please remember to limit your comments to 5 minutes. Now would be the time to use the hand icon.
There's two, Al, just so you know, there are two people in the audience here that want to speak on the public record.
Real day, turn the meeting over to you. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Good night, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And Mr. Chair, or I have Mr. Vice Chair, I have approximately right now and counting 16 hands raised on Zoom. Do you want to begin with the chamber?
Yeah, let's do the two folks that came to the chamber.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Please state your name.
Can you come up to the dais, please? Whoever's going to speak on behalf of the 100 Kids Inc. organization.
Good evening, Freeholder Board. Is this on?
Yes.
Is the
Good
mic
evening,
on?
Freeholder Board.
Yes.
Can you hear that speaker?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. My name's Rafael Mata from Gambit Services. I help nonprofits become procurement ready or grant ready. I'm here today with 100 Kids. Christine Bell, who is the chair. I'd like to defer our time to the executive director, who is on Zoom, Jade. If she can speak on our behalf, that would be excellent. And we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
So is there a way to identify who that is?
Is her name Jade de Saussure?
Yeah. Yes, it is.
All right, so could we unmute her or let her in?
She has been unmuted.
Jade, please speak. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. My name is Jade de Saussure. I'm the executive director and co-founder of 100 Kids Inc. And I just wanted to thank you so much for inviting us to share the information about the organization and the services and how we can support the needs of the youth in Hudson County. So our mission is to promote the well-being and stability of vulnerable youth. And we define vulnerable youth as youth who are deemed statistically more likely to struggle and possibly fail due to experiencing such instances as homelessness, substance use, abuse, mental illness, home neglect or violence, lack of social emotional supports, involvement in juvenile justice or child welfare system, or experience sex trafficking. Our age range is from birth to 26. And the values that we work by, number one, is that 100 kids is supposed to be a place every child can call a safe haven. And what that means is that regardless of what's happening within the world, especially through 2020, which can be very, very crazy, has been very, very crazy, that the kids can look at 100 kids and know that if they walk through the door or they join our virtual environment, that they will experience feeling safe, experiencing community, positive peer engagement, unconditional positive regard, and growth to an otherwise better future. So we meet them where they're at, which means that we take what they're interested in and what they desire in terms of activities to do, and we pair that with what is evidence-based and shown in best practices to be what is most useful towards that growth in those ends. We cultivate a community that supports its community. So people who go through our program are meant to then in the future come back and be our employees. So we're bringing the community in, cultivating their capacity and their abilities, and then allowing them the ability to give back to the community, either through employment or volunteer work. So this pay it forward kind of is in the process of, if you can reach one youth, you can reach 100, and imagine what 100 kids can do. We're trauma informed, we're evidence-based, and we're evidence-formed again, and best practices supported. We started this work, Christine, the chair, has been working on this for the past 10 years, and I joined over a year ago, knowing that we both, since we were younger, wanted to work with youth, and we care deeply for children. And so we started by last year with selecting our initial location, because we want multiple sites throughout the nation, but we wanted to know where our home would be, our initial home base, and we knew that assessing the needs, developing programming, starting registration, and recruiting a board of locally invested people, and creating a project management plan. And then COVID hit and basically just tore everything down that we were planning to do. So it stopped our initial funding. But at the same time, we weren't able to use the COVID resources that were available. And we also had to redirect our programming needs. So we use that time, I think, very wisely to continue cultivating our board, many of whom are here, or at least one of them is here today, and trying to understand what the new need was. So postponing the work that we were going to do in favor of devoting all of our attention on what is necessary right now to support this crisis and the youth that are in crisis right now with this new kind of very strange environment. And also using the time to train our interns, social work interns, to doing the work. And so the current programming addresses socialization, the need for virtual activities, psychological support, resource needs, and social emotional learning. So we've collapsed the age range because of virtual environment and the need to address the needs of the youth, as well as the parents are probably being a little driven crazy by the kids, to the ages of 5 to 18. And so our 4 programs that we're starting off with are: 1, fun activities that are developmentally appropriate and growth oriented, case management, social emotional learning programming, and therapeutic services. And unfortunately, without the initial funding, we've been hampered with being able to move forward. But we know with initial funding, we can continue growing within our different avenues and pathways of continued fundraising, which is becoming insurance reimbursable, gaining contracts, committing to social enterprises, foundation and government grants, as well as corporate sponsorships. And so thank you very much. I'm open to any questions.
Mr. Administrator, who would be because I know earlier this week I forwarded you information concerning this organization. Who would be the appropriate department director to set up a follow-up meeting with?
Director dtoon, and I believe she's already made contact, at least with Mr. Maida.
Director, could we unmute Director Toon if she's on? Al?
Let me see if I can find her. There's like over 100.
We have a lot of people in here today showing us support, including our board of directors. Here in person.
You need to meet with them, okay?
I've unmuted Director Toon.
Right.
Director Toon.
Yes, good evening, Freeholders.
Can you loop in myself and the chairman and any other freeholder that may be interested, and between now and the next caucus, set up a Zoom meeting with the organization so you could be in a position to present to us a suggestion as to how we may be able to assist them with interim or startup funding. I know that we adopted something related to some of the CDBG money. I also asked Frank Mazza to determine whether or not this could be eligible for some of the COVID CDBG funding, because obviously the youth that they are serving are, if not 100%, 95% low mod income qualified. So can you make sure that occurs between now and the next caucus?
Sure, I'll work on scheduling a Zoom meeting, and you said to include yourself and the Freeholder chair.
Yeah, and anyone else? Jerry, you want to be in on it? Certainly. Jerry, you muted yourself, I think.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yes. Please put me
So
on that.
Freeholder Walker too, because obviously it probably affects our two districts, most of all the districts today. And can we have Frank Mazza oversee CDBG now? So
Yes.
Darius, can we make sure he's part of the discussion also?
Sure.
Okay.
I will absolutely do that.
Is that okay, Raphael? Is that a good approach?
Thank you, Freeholder Board. The only thing I wanted to mention was the specific challenges with this organization is it is being treated as a startup, even though she has 10 years experience and has been working on this for a year. Any of the COVID relief that we've already tried to get her to qualify for, she doesn't qualify for, because obviously it's all about getting existing businesses back online and getting people who lost their jobs back into COVID. So she's kind of in a unique situation.
But again, COVID CDBG is not tied into an existing business. COVID CDBG is tied into services to be provided. And I think, Darius, as part of the discussion, if we have to partner the organization just from a capacity perspective, meaning from the track record of doing the paperwork filing, I think we have other entities, even in Jersey City, that we currently assist with funding. I can think of one on Roosevelt off of West Side Avenue that would be more than willing to be helpful to make sure that the program can happen through this organization. So,
Okay.
all right.
Thank you, Freeholder.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Look forward to the Zoom meeting.
Can I make one comment?
Freeholder Romano has a comment.
Just want to say, for the benefit of the other freeholders, I don't know if you know it or not, but Randy Moore has left us, correct, Mr. Administrator?
Yes.
And I think that we should somehow thank her either next meeting or just let everybody know that she has left us. Big shoes to fill. And I think I speak on behalf of the freeholders that we wish her the best. We thank you for all the work you did. You were hardworking, sincere, and a pleasure to work with. I think, Billy, you want to bring in?
All I would say is Bill Belichick, Kenny, did Bill Belichick thank Brady when he left him? Did he find the next quarterback? No, Randy did a great job. It's a great loss that she left, and I would just criticize the administrator because in the free agent market, you usually try to match the salary if you have a great player on the team. So
Wasn't given the opportunity for you.
there you go. So we'll put her in the Tom Brady school.
No,
But no, we should do something. I don't know if she's going to want to come up here, but we should at least do a resolution.
Yeah,
So
Billy,
virtual thing,
I
sorry.
agree with you. Randy has always been, I've been there a long time like you have, Billy. And Randy has always been a very professional, very responsive class act. And I this is the first time I'm hearing that she's gone. And I'm very disappointed by that. But I wish her the best. She was always very, very receptive. Whatever called her for the question, I got a call back within 10 minutes. She was great. So I'm sorry that she's leaving, but this is like I said, I got blindsided by this. I didn't even know she was gone.
So we'll do something for the next. We'll do something for the next meeting. Can we can still contact her, right, Abe?
Yeah.
Let's reach out to her.
She doesn't have to come up. We can just do it.
We'll do it virtual. She's virtual.
Absolutely.
I think she ought to come up. Make her come up.
Yeah, it'd be nice if she comes up.
Yeah, make her.
There'll be a couple of us here. All right. Mr. Clerk,
Is there anyone else in the chamber, Freeholder?
anyone else from the organization want to speak? No, they're fine.
Annette Tomarazzo.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Tony Tomarazzo, and I'm a resident of Hoboken. And I am one of the board members of the Hoboken Community Center. And on behalf of the board, I appear tonight to extend our extreme thanks to this Freeholder board for the help that you've extended to us in the formation of the Hoboken Food Pantry. Freeholder Romano is well aware of the work that we're doing there. Just as a brief history lesson, the Hoboken Community Center is the successor custodian to the former North Hudson YMCA. We are the sponsors of the only single resident occupancy low-income housing program in Hoboken, where we provide housing for 97 low-income men. This year, fortunately, before the COVID pandemic, we were made aware of some significant federal cuts in aid to the residents of our program. And we began in earnest the development of a food pantry in Hoboken, initially designed to service these men. Your Freeholder board should be well aware of our program. You have been a steadfast supporter of us through your contributions. Fortunately, we applied and were accepted as an agency under the New Jersey Community Food Bank. And shortly after that, we were hit with the pandemic. We opened our doors on March 25th, 2019. From that day until this morning, when we last served our constituents, we have served over 9,900 residences in Hoboken. We've only been open for a few months, and we've been very fortunate that we have been able to secure help, not just from the Community Food Bank, but we've received significant support from the county. We wanted to thank you and be sure that you were aware of your staff that's working so hard to make it possible for us to move the food from the Community Food Bank, which has some very significant standards, to our facility in Hoboken. And those individuals are Wally Wolf, the superintendent of roads, Denise D'Alessandro, the deputy for roads and public property from the Department of Roads and Public Property, excuse me.
She's actually the director. She's not the deputy.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. The Director Toon, who we just heard from today, Brian Poffel, and Deputy Director Nicole Harrison Garcia. All of these individuals at the county are helping us to either logistically move the food that we have either purchased or have received through various programs at the Community Food Bank, or are contributing boxes of food that we distribute to our over 900 registered households in Hoboken. So the demand is great and it's growing. And we appreciate the help, and we ask you to please continue to support our program and support the individuals on your staff that are making it all possible. Who knew that in a city like Hoboken that we would have this kind of demand, but it exists, and I invite you to come to our distributions and see it for yourself. We distribute twice a month. The lines this morning went from 2nd Street and Grand in Hoboken to Grand and Observer Highway, just to give you a sense of how our lines are. So none of this would be possible, not just because we have an amazing number of volunteers in Hoboken, but if the freeholders were not authorizing the help to get that food to us, we simply
Mr. Chair, time.
do it. So thank you.
Time is up. Time's up. Freeholder Romano?
Yeah, Tony, I just want to say yesterday, observing the operation, I want to thank also you and your staff and the workers that Wally and Denise sent down. They did an amazing job getting those trucks unloaded in such a systematic fashion. And then today, when I went down this morning, to seeing the smile on those people's faces that really appreciate the good that were being given to them. And then helping out with some translations because there was a little with identification problems, but it all went well. Everyone received what they have. And I like to say the volunteers, plus you have the former Brooklyn Assistant District Attorney down there. She was coordinating things today, Ms. Hoffman, and she was doing a great job. So thank you again, and I'll be down there every time you need me. And to my colleagues on the board, we thank you very much from the people of Hoboken for all the support, and the executive branch and administration for their authorizing the delivery. So thank you.
Yeah, Tony, thank you. We discussed at a recent meeting, I think it might have been the last meeting, the concern we have now with the lack of a second or an additional stimulus bill. As you know, the Department of Agriculture program, which was where you were getting through the county, the boxes of fruits, vegetables, ended on November 1. Not surprise, surprise, President Trump ends the program right before the election because he can't put any more letters with his name on it. And we, at the last meeting, allocated CARES dollars to be able to do purchases to get us through the next 2 months, maybe enough purchases to get us a little, Mr. Administrator?
Freeholder, I thought I had mentioned this to you or to the board, and if I didn't, I apologize. Director Toon informed me that as of December, the Community Food Bank was able to secure funding. So as of December, they will begin to provide it, under their funding, so we don't have to.
So we won't have to do any more?
For November, it'll be on us.
Okay.
But in December, Director Toon informed me about that.
Director, can you email us the details of what that funding is and how long that's for? So we can let
Al, can you unmute Director Toon, please?
Let me see if I could find her.
Yeah, while you're looking for her too, Director Toon has been a really good resource to her and her staff.
the program's the program's fantastic. Tony, the other. Go ahead, Doris. Can you explain how long their funding is for?
Thank you, Freeholders. We were advised by the Community Food Bank that they will be able to, as the administrator indicated, they will be able to get funding to provide additional boxes in December. They have not given us any details yet. We don't know specifically when in December they'll start. We're expecting that it will be early December, and we're not sure of the source, but we'll ask about that, and we'll let you know.
So Director, the concern I guess we all have is that because they may have gotten CARES money from Phil Murphy from the state. So the concern we've all had is that money runs out and has to be expended by December 31st, and there's no approvals out of Washington yet that take us beyond December 31st. And as we see, as the numbers of COVID cases are ticking up at a rapid rate again, the need to get that food to those in need, as well as come up with a plan for vulnerable populations. Because obviously, when we get to the, and Tony, this is kind of for you guys and other organizations that we work with that are doing this, when we get to mid-December and beyond, I'm not sure we want vulnerable senior citizens standing on a line to pick up a box of food. We're going to need to roll up our sleeves and figure out how we get those items to those vulnerable individuals, whether they're seniors or just people that have underlying conditions, because protecting the vulnerable population is going to become all the more critical. So, Doris, if you can find out what the Community Food Bank takes us only through December or on into next year, because as we spoke about, Abe, if there's no money from somewhere, we got to figure out how we do that. January, February, March, until we get a new president in, and he's able to get through both houses a new stimulus bill.
The CARES Act CDBG that you approved, part of the plan includes
to spend money on the food, so that'll give us a interim thing. Okay, so that's great. All right, Tony, thank you. Doris, thank you.
Thank you, Doris. Thanks. Thank you, Tom.
Sure.
Mary
Next speaker.
Margaret. Please identify your full name. Ms. Margaret? You're on self-mute.
Oops, can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, so my first name is Mary Margaret. My last name is Mumich, spelled M-U-M as in Mary, I-C-H. I live in Lambertville, New Jersey, and I'm here to comment on the renewal of the ICE contract. I appreciate the comments that have been made here. It sounds like you are listening to the community and taking our feedback, and for the most part, they've been made from a place of compassion. Thank you also for understanding that immigration is a complicated issue. I do not think ICE is the solution to this layered issue. That's everything I have to say on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Geraldine Abinader.
Hello. Hi. My name's Geraldine Abinader. I live in Weehawken, New Jersey. I'm also commenting on the ICE contract. I totally understand the concerns regarding employment in the budget, and I'm sorry that certain freeholders have felt attacked. However, engaging people in direct conversation may go a long way to creating communication and finding common ground. The immigration policy in our country is despicable and not worthy of a leading democratic nation in the world. With lengthy detentions, cruel separations of children and parents, no access to reasonable health care or legal services, we do not resemble the country we profess to be. It sickens me that Hudson County is part of this system. And I'm not saying Hudson County is personally doing anything inhumane, but the entire system is inhumane and we shouldn't be a part of it. And I implore the freeholders to end our contract with ICE. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Jesse R., please state your full name.
Hi, my name is Jesse Rosso. I'm from Hoboken.
Go ahead, Jesse. Go ahead, sir.
All right. My name is Jesse Rosso from Hoboken. I want to talk about ending the ICE contract and the deplorable conditions at the Hudson County Corona facility. How many times do we have to repeat ourselves? To say that this place is being mismanaged is an understatement of all understatements. If I was to really say how I feel about this Corona facility, my mic would be cut, since I know the chairman who, took a hike gets salty with adult language. I wish he got as salty about the deaths. But I guess when he walks into the jail, it must feel like a second home since it's another funeral parlor. How is Ron Edwards still director after all these years? I've completely lost count with the number of people that died there because there's been so many. And on top of that, there's the general lack of transparency regarding the mismanagement. You see a northnewjersey.com or nj.com article, and that's it. On to the next atrocity. Then the county is facing numerous lawsuits due to medical neglect of employees. And I'm not sure if the former QDEP, which is the Queer Detainee Empowerment Project, the 3 people who came in and told about their sexual abuse are pursuing litigations. They should. So I don't understand how Edwards is still employed. I mean, this many F-ups and this many deaths. I mean, is the county jail a family business that I'm not aware of? Is there no accountability? I know this county is crooked, but to be this flagrant is just insulting. What is the acceptable amount of deaths that a jail director is permitted before they get fired or forced to resign? And I mean, to hear Vinieri talk about, we're not being polite. I mean, I've been kind of at this for 2 years, and there's people who have been at it longer than me. And we've tried pretty much every approach. We started polite, but then it's like, we're not being listened to. We've pretty much looked at this issue from every which angle. I'm sorry, I'm getting feedback. We pretty much looked at this issue from every which angle, and to be kind of gaslit this many times about how people are being rude to us. I mean, give me a break. I mean, we're not going to coddle you after you've pretty much told us, you've just keep kicking the can down the road. Tom DeGees was like, oh, well, we're going to see how it is in 2020. Well, it's 2020. What's next? oh, we got to see who the next president is. And now we're being sold this bull story about, oh, we got to see what Joe Biden does. I mean, give me a break. This is our county and we're paying taxes to this county. This is not an ideological issue. This is material. This is about, we're addressing material conditions. Our tax money goes to this torture facility, and it is a torture facility. I mean, you say you clean it up and there's this many reforms. I mean, you don't even protect the employees there. You had 2 nurses that died of corona. You even had a prison guard that died. And I mean, I was there when you had a parade of them come out and sing praises about how great the jail was, you know, literally singing for their supper. And then you sell them down the river by not giving them adequate PPE. You know, who knows what's going on. So it's essentially a slaughterhouse. And we call it a concentration camp because that's what it is. I mean, I don't know what your level of how many people dying in a place qualifies as a concentration camp, but these people are political prisoners. And I'm not just talking about the ICE detainees. I'm talking about the other side of the facility, the people who are arrested for you know, nonviolent drug offenses. They should be free as well. So I don't know. And then I just want to kind of put this out there for all the people listening.
Mr. Chair, time.
You got 30 seconds to wrap up, sir.
Okay. So I just want to say that when they say like it's not on the agenda now, be careful, because last time they put it on the agenda, then they tabled it, and then next week they put it back on, slipped it in. It was August on a Tuesday in the afternoon, 2 p.m. when they voted on the ICE contract. So this board is not above doing shady, slippery stuff. So I want the public to be very focused in and keep it up, because this is the only way we're going to get movement on this issue. They don't listen to us, so the only thing we can do is, you know, make them feel it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is identified as AA. Please state your full name.
Yes, my name is Afshar Arda. I'm a documentary photographer and a filmmaker. I heard the offer that we could tour the facility anytime, so I'd like to take you up on that offer and like to make arrangements how I could come and document the conditions of the facility. How do I arrange this?
Do you have an email that you can email to Al Santos?
Can you give me the email so I could?
The email was advertised as asantos@hcnj.us.
Okay, I will be sending an email tomorrow, and then how soon do you think I could get in there to document it?
I don't know. Director Edwards will make sure he responds to you within a couple of days with a date. And if there are any other, I mean, we can't have, remember, we're dealing in a difficult situation with COVID, so we can't have large groups in there at one time. But I would suggest, Clerk Santos, that maybe we coordinate that not only with the director, but with the First Friends group, who have done many of the other tours of the facility. So maybe we can make sure we have one of their representatives, which are the advocates for the detainees, also on that tour.
I will provide I will make the contact with Director Edwards in terms of access.
Mr. Chairman.
I'll get the director.
Do you mind
Our
repeat
council would have to review this because there may be issues that relating to filming, and so, you know, our council has to.
All right, so you got to put your request in writing. We'll get back to you in a couple of days. The law department has to review it. There are issues where you can go in there we've done tour, you know, we've let groups come in and do tours, but there are issues about, you know, you can't go be in and filming things and filming people. And so, well, we may have to work that out, but we will get back and come through with a fair, reasonable process to get you and a small group access. We can't have large groups in there, especially not now.
Can you slowly, please, tell me the email again? That was quite fast.
S is in Sam, A-N is in Nancy, T is in Tom, O-S is in Sam @hcnj.us.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker
Thank
is
you.
Reverend Gene Squio.
Go ahead, Father.
Thank you. Yes, and good evening to our soon-to-be commissioners. I'm sure it'll be a relief to have that other title removed.
Amen.
Yeah, I am here also to express my opposition to the extension of the ICE contract. But I have to say, I've been serving on the Corrections Advisory Board as one of the advocate members of the board. And I really have to acknowledge the improvements that have been made over the facility, especially improvements in provision of medical care, among others. And, we know the history, we all know it. It really was triggered by the deaths of 6 individuals, a lot of advocacy from the public. But I must say, at this point, with Director Edwards and a number of the advocates, that we have developed a very respectful relationship. The director does his best to be transparent. There are many, improvements at the facility. Presently, Wi-Fi is being installed that'll be available to all of the inmates and detainees. But regardless of that, I think we have to put into context the ICE contract. We know, and I know you all know this, but if I'm repeating it to you, it's only for emphasis, that over the last 40 to 50 years, the United States has been in a frenzy of mass incarceration. Over 2 million people are incarcerated tonight as I speak. We know the statistics. The United States is 5% of the world's population, but we house 25% of the incarcerated population in the world. Overwhelmingly, those who are incarcerated are Black and brown people. Communities of color have been devastated by mass incarceration. So I would offer the freeholders tonight that the question that we should be asking on the renewal of the ICE contract is not how we can fill the bed space that's available, but how can Hudson County contribute to the reduction of the mass incarceration of Black and brown individuals. And right now, because of COVID, the decreased jail population, there are less than 100 immigrant detainees at the Hudson County Jail. So I really think it's an opportunity at this point to end the contract and to move on. What I would like to request for those freeholders who are open, I would like to request individual meetings so that we can continue to discuss this issue. Thank you all. Have a good night.
Thank you, Father.
Dara Laskowski.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to pass my time to Miriam Zane. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Marion Zane.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Miriam Zane. I'm a resident of Hudson County. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm speaking tonight in support of Hudson County ending its decades-long contract with ICE that has caused relentless harm and suffering to our communities. Tonight, I will be reading the testimony of a detainee of the Hudson County Detention Center. And before I do that, I would first like to thank and acknowledge Abolish ICE and New York, New Jersey Coalition for giving me the opportunity to share this testimony and for their endless work of realizing a world without ICE and without immigration detention. Before I read the testimony, just some thoughts on what I've heard from some of the freeholders tonight. This isn't a philosophical exercise. There's immense human suffering that occurs behind those doors. And there's no amount of improvement or renovation that can be made to measure against the amount of human suffering that happens. And your ability to do this and is you engaging in a type of arm's length reasoning that just perpetuates the system of this inhumane chattel system. And you're all culpable for perpetuating the political economy of incarceration. And I think that is just important to remember. So I will begin reading the testimony now. I was born in Haiti, and I came to the United States of America in 1995 at the age of 20 years old. In September 2017, I was picked up by ICE and brought to Orange County Jail. I was there for a week and a half, and one day they told me to pack up and took me to Hudson County Jail. When I got there, I was scared. The jail looked like a dungeon. It was dirty, smelly, and unsanitary. The holding cell had blood on the wall. On the bench, the toilet bowl, and on the bench. The toilet bowl was full of urine and feces, and most of it had been there for days. It was disgusting. I was there for a day before they put me in a cell. When I got to the dorm, it was like a chicken coop. I was in 416 on the 3rd floor of Building A. I started crying. I had never been to a jail so dirty like Hudson County Jail. The cell was so dirty, the toilet was not working properly, and there was no hot water. All I had was a 4-inch rectangular window, and it was so blurry I could not see outside. A lot of stains on the walls were so old, and I had a sick inmate sharing the cell with me. This is very important. The food was disgusting. The tray that they served you on was always dirty. They served us bologna every day for lunch and pasta 2 times a day. The medical department was unsanitary and there were flies all over the room. It was smelly, understaffed, and they had no cleaning products. When COVID-19 first got there, it was an experience, and I don't recommend it to anyone, even my worst enemies. I was locked in for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for 30 days straight with no mask, no hand sanitizer, no cleaning products, no phone, no shower. Feeding me cold food. There was no microwave to heat up my food. I can go on and on about the bad treatment in Hudson County Jail. Those things make me cry. Every time I think or talk about Hudson County Jail, I get so emotional and sad for all of the pain and suffering I went through. Because of Hudson County Jail, I have all kinds of mental health problems, and I am on medication for the rest of my life. I also have health issues. I think Hudson County Jail should be shut down for immigrants that are in ICE custody. The place is a butcher. Hudson County Jail caused a lot of people to commit suicide because they couldn't take the suffering and the malnutrition and the abuse by the officers and the staff. That's the end of the testimony. And again, I just want to reiterate that this is not a philosophical exercise. These are humans, and it is all of our duty to work towards, again, ending the political economy of mass incarceration in this country. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lauren Garcia.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Good evening, Hudson County Freeholders. My name is Lauren
Good evening.
Garcia. Do you need me to spell that?
No.
Okay. And I am
We're
the
good.
president of Local 1697 Supervisors Union. There are 3 issues that I would like to make you aware of on behalf of our membership. The first being that our contract remains unsettled for more than 1 year. We left off with the former Director of Labor Relations that we were at an impasse. That was in February 2020. After he retired, we agreed to go to the table one more time with his predecessor. Months have gone by and we have not met once. It seems that none of the proposed dates are agreeable. We are asking for a fair raise as compensation for all of the duties and responsibilities we have. Keep in mind, we serve the constituents of Hudson County. We also have not received a retro pay. As COVID cases are on the rise, we need less of our members in the building and more availability for us to work from home. It has been said that supervisors cannot work from home. I could not disagree more. And lastly, where is this hazard pay that we've heard so much about? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Administrator, can we get an email or memo addressing the concerns that was raised? I certainly share a deep concern that since the person in charge of labor relations left, we're not having meetings with unions that have expired contracts.
Not true, Freeholder.
All right, Ms. Batista, could you go to the mic so we can hear you?
Freeholder, we have been meeting with the unions on a regular basis during COVID. We've met with them to advise what we were doing, getting input from them. This latest complaint that Ms. Garcia has alluded to, first time I'm hearing about it, but she certainly knows how to get in touch with me. But I'll look into it and find out why the negotiations have stalled.
Ms. Garcia, are you still unmuted?
I'm not sure.
Yes.
You are. When was the last time you had a not necessarily face-to-face, could be Zoom negotiation session with the county?
We have not, sir. We haven't met since maybe February.
All right, so look, that's a serious concern. If there's information that refutes that, we'd like to hear it, Mr. Batista, but the union head's been pretty clear that that's a concern. So we'll look into it and get back to you at, can you leave your contact information or email your contact information to the clerk, Ms. Garcia?
I believe I emailed Mr. Santos 2 days ago,
Okay.
but I can re-email him again.
No, I have that email.
Thank you.
All right, now can you share that with the members of the board so we can follow up on all the issues that were raised?
The next speaker is Alana Horowitz-Friedman.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So I am a constituent from Weehawken, and I'm also here to voice my opposition to the ICE contract and to encourage the board to terminate it. I just want to start off by saying that I was concerned to hear the chairman say that he didn't want to discuss non-agenda items because I was under the impression that a public comment period exists in all meetings for non-agenda items. So I'm not sure why he would try to discourage comments on this particular issue. And I've also, this is kind of my only chance to voice my comments because I'm not getting any responses from my calls and emails. And I might add that I have been very respectful with my tone and with my language, but I still haven't received any responses. This is all really concerning to me because I'd like to think that this board does take constituent concerns into account and respond to them. As others have stated, I'm just beyond appalled that my county is continuing to cooperate with a brutal agency like ICE, which separates families and engages in medical neglect and terrorization tactics in our community. And I wanted to respond to, I think it was Freeholder Walker. This isn't about the numerous abuses documented at the Hudson County Jail, though those are definitely important to mention. But this really goes beyond individual instances. It's a systemic issue. And the hard truth is that when our county provides space for ICE to house detainees, they are then able to detain and target more people. And because of this, this board is complicit in ICE's policies and actions unless the contract is ended. I also want to voice that a month before this board extended the contract in 2018, County Executive Rodriguez promised to, and I'm actually quoting here, initiate a path to exit. And then additionally, when the extension happened in 2018, it was stated that this was a commitment to phase out the contract. And I have a quote here from Freeholder Romano, who stated, quote, "This is a commitment to phase out of this. It's not just rhetoric. hopefully we will be out of this sooner than 2020. Well, we're nearing the end of 2020. The contract is still in place, and constituent phone calls and emails voicing concerns about this have gone unanswered and ignored. The chairman himself has left this meeting rather than listen to constituent concerns on this issue. So in addition to, horror that my county is complicit in ICE's brutal tactics, the actions of this board have also caused me to lose faith in my local government to represent me and to act with integrity. How can I trust this board to tell the truth if its actions don't match its words? How can I trust this board to keep the promises it makes? And how can I believe anything that this board is stating if those words are proven to be empty? How can I believe that I have a right to voice my thoughts and opinions as a constituent when the chairman and many freeholders are not even present tonight? I don't like being lied to, frankly, by the people who are supposed to represent me. So I do hope that this board will keep the promise made in 2018 and terminate the ICE contract. And then I also wanted to respond to Freeholder Shefeli, just to let him know that I wholeheartedly agree with him that we must put the detainees who are currently, or the people who are currently detained, front and center. However, I do believe that this means ending this contract. And in fact, we heard a statement from one such detained person already here tonight. There is evidence that contract terminations do often lead to some releases, as occurred when the Passaic County contract was ended in 2005. Additionally, those who were transferred as a result of that termination were kept close when they were transferred, additional releases happened to make room for those transfers. ICE has strong financial incentives to keep people close by, and they're looking for more bed space in this area. And then additionally, transfers occur, even with the contract in place. So preventing transfers isn't a great reason to continue providing space to ICE and allowing them to target more people, especially since there's also evidence that ICE will release individuals when their budget is constrained, as long as there's no mandatory minimum payment they need to provide the local jailer. Additionally, there are many immigrant advocacy groups that can help our county end the contract in a responsible way so that releases can be secured whenever possible and additional harm can be minimized. I would add that the possibility of a negative consequence should not justify complicity in a system where there are always negative consequences. Instead, the question should be—
Time, Mr. Chair.
Good. 30 seconds to wrap up.
Okay, thank you. Instead, the question should be, how can we end this complicity in a responsible way that minimizes harm? I know of numerous immigrant advocacy organizations in the area that have determined that the best thing to do for the immigrant community and the people currently detained is to end this contract. I'm happy to help you do this in a responsible manner. So please keep your promise. Please act with integrity for constituent trust in people's lives and end this contract. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. For freeholder matters, a comment. Mr. Santos, can you confirm that we still have a quorum?
We have Cedeno, Walker.
And Cefali, and you got two in the chamber, and you got Caridad. Okay, that's good. Because we don't see all the pictures we don't see everybody on the screen. Go ahead, Freeholder Romano.
Yeah, just two comments. I think that any remarks about a fellow colleague freeholder shouldn't be made public. I think that it's not here. We're not criticizing any of our speakers, and I think that any comments, again, about my colleagues, it's inappropriate. That's number one. Number two, with regard to the speaker from Hoboken, I gladly have an offline conversation with you. The insinuation of comparing our correctional facility to a concentration camp is outrageous, and it's just uncalled for. So I gladly would gladly speak with you one-on-one at any time. And again, we appreciate all the comments by the speakers. Thank you.
Next speaker,
Jay Arena. Mr. Arena, you're self.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, Jay, we can hear you.
Okay, my name's Jay Arena. I'm a New Jersey resident, and I am directing my comments to the Hudson County Board of Chosen Freeholders, which will be your title for another month and a half until you become the Hudson County Chosen Board of County Commissioners. And that will be an important symbolic change from the symbolism of the racist rule of the rich that the freeholder title represents. And so that is an important symbolic step forward. But we need to couple that symbolic change in Hudson County with a substantive change by closing the ICE, and yes, we will call it the ICE concentration camp. And just like the term of the freeholder represents the rule of the rich, so does the Hudson County ICE concentration camp, which is part of a large.
Well, I'm not going to sit here and listen to the comment. I'm stepping off. I don't want to hear it. That's ridiculous. It's not a concentration camp.
Freeholder, you can leave if you want, but let
This
the
is part of a
speaker speak.
broad system of these camps around the country that are used to terrorize immigrants, to make sure that they are workers that accept low pay and working conditions. And so Mr. Cifelli drops crocodile tears about how so concerned he is about the detainees. We want to focus on the detainees. Yeah, well, we are. We have to understand systemically what these facilities, to please our oppressive chair of this meeting, the role that they play. So yeah, I was there in the chambers 2 years ago when you people, to put off the heat, to take the heat off, you said, this is going to end in 2 years. We're going to close it. You're lying. Now you're all squirming because you want to get behind, oh, Joe Biden. Joe Biden was the vice president of the Obama administration that was known as the deporter in chief. There was a record number of deportations. Maybe he didn't use the ugly language that the current thug in the White House uses, but they were still rounding up record number of immigrants, terrorizing, playing the same role, essentially, that the Trump administration is playing. So we need to end these, and we need to quit the language, the 1984 language that is used by the freeholders to avoid taking action. We have the Undertaker, Veneri, who just left, complaining about the harassment that he faced. And he is the one backing 100% this ICE concentration camp. And then we have Mr. Cifelli, our good lawyer, who knows how to, he violates the English language, calling the liberation of the detainees eviction, as if they would have to be pushed out, as if they were being taken from their home. No, Mr. Cifelli, stop that torturing of the English language, that 1984 language. No, they want to be liberated so that they can go to their homes. And if we can end this contract in Hudson County, which has one of the largest percentage of its inhabitants as immigrants, if we could end that in Hudson County, that would strengthen the growing movement to close these camps around the country. So we are coming back, and we're not going to go away. You tried this dodging of the movement 2 years ago. Oh, we're gonna promise. Yeah, just 2 more years. Cifelli's very good at dropping the crocodile tears, but he's back here 2 years now trying to provide cover to continue this blood money. Is that past the litmus test? Blood money contract? We won't call it a concentration, a blood money contract. So you have problem with my language, but you have no problem when the good attorney here calls liberating detainees from these camps eviction. So let me conclude here. You need to break the blood money contract. To raise funds, we need to tax the rich. The rich have done tremendously, as their slogan is, let's not let any crisis go to waste. The billionaires have made more billions over this crisis.
Time, Mr. Chair.
The way we raise funds, and I'll conclude here.
30 seconds, sir.
Raise funds is not by trafficking in human beings, but by making the rich pay. Get some backbone, Mr. Cifelli. You're a lawyer. I know you can write these things up. Let's have some legislation to tax the rich and get your good Democrats. You guys are all screaming.
Time's up, time's up.
That's 15 seconds.
Make the
Stop. Let me
rich
keep this
pay.
on.
Stop your blood money.
Thank you. Next
Next
speaker.
speaker is Mary Beth Botts.
Sorry, Billy, but
I'm gonna say that, but
fair.
you give him 5 minutes, I get 30 more seconds.
Botts.
Good
Ms.
evening.
Botts?
Hello.
Good evening.
Do we have a quorum still?
Yes, we do.
Okay. So my name is Mary Beth Botts. I'm a resident of Jersey City, New Jersey. I'd like to address a couple of the comments made by the freeholders, soon-to-be commissioners. I think it's really kind of ridiculous to think about how we speak to each other, how we, what language we use, when the kinds of things we're talking about are mass incarceration. Our previous caller called it a concentration camp. Like, people are dying in detention. I think the idea of respectability politics and talking to each other as if we're not making decisions about life and death is a little ridiculous. So I just want to say that, especially to Freeholder Romano and Veneri. I think, you can desire whatever language you like, but we can say whatever we like, and that's what public comment is about. Saying that we can't speak on things that are not on the agenda, that's also ridiculous. What's the point of being an elected official? It's clear based on the beginning of this meeting that you obviously just want to check what the machine wants you to do and get the hell out of there. But we are people who live here, and we have ideas about how the world should be run, and we don't give a shit about what kind of machine politics, what the machine is going to be doing in Hudson County, because these are real people with lives. It's a pandemic. I'm a healthcare worker. People are dying. Morgue trucks are being filled, and this is, I just don't understand how you can sit there and say we want to be talked to a certain way. And with Freeholder Cefali, I absolutely understand that you're concerned about the detainees that are there, and you don't want people to be left out on the street. Most of them have homes. Most of them have families they could return to. And as was mentioned earlier in the meeting by another caller, evidence has shown that when facilities shut down, when they end their contracts, those detainees are often released. And that's what all of us are talking about. We are talking about the fact that this is unnecessary. We don't need to be doing this. We need people to be in their homes with their families, safe from COVID, safe from police brutality, safe from infection and medical complications in the facilities that are being unaddressed. They need to be safe. And I want to point back to Miriam's testimony where she read from a detainee. I believe that most of you who were listening really connected with the fact that that is a real human being who is speaking about their experience. I saw some of you reacting to that. And I know that you get frustrated with the rest of us who are speaking from our level of privilege in our heated homes, not detained, but we are speaking on behalf of those people. So I really pray that you can open your ears to that, and really make the choice to end the contract. And that's just all I'm asking. And I yield the remainder of my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your service as a healthcare worker.
Yes,
we need you now more than ever.
Alex Zucker.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the freeholders. I'm here tonight to call on you to keep your promise to exit the ICE contract by the end of this year. The system, as several of you have called it, what I call the prison industrial complex, which includes jails, prisons, and yes, ICE detention centers, as well as the police, is not broken, but is working the way it was designed to work. It is designed to keep Black and brown people and poor people in our society from being able to live and thrive. Jails and prisons were created not to prevent crime, but to punish people. In fact, they do not prevent harm at all, but create more harm in what they do to people while they're imprisoned there, and that harm is then carried out with the people into their communities. 2 years ago, Mr. DeGise clearly said that Hudson County would stop collaborating with ICE by the end of 2020. Now, he's been suggesting that he may continue working with ICE under a Biden administration. This is unacceptable. Hudson County has benefited from this immoral and dangerous arrangement for far too long. I want you to work to find a way to free the ICE detainees, not transfer them. I hear people saying we can't just free people from jail, but that only shows a lack of imagination. It's not a philosophical question, as other people here pointed out, but a question of morals and of real people's lives. If you are concerned about closing the jails on people's backs, as Freeholder Cifelli said, then your work is to implement a phase out so that immigrants in the facility can have time to seek release. I urge you to do the right thing, both for today and for history. End your contract with ICE, then close the jail, free them all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Whit Strube.
Hey, Freeholders. We have a couple of people reading statements from directly impacted people. Is there a way for you to call Katia Oltmann and Marlene Ramos first, and then I can get back in line after them?
I don't have a problem with that. Everyone can speak. If you can, you identify them, Al?
I can. So, I mean, the speakers lined up as they raised your hand. So you want to bring speakers to the front of the line?
Yeah, I mean, I assume that, how many speakers do you have left?
26.
I'm going to leave soon, Bill. I got
I mean, I assume they're all speaking on the issue and they're not going to object to that. If anybody,
There are a few here that I don't think are on this issue.
well, then we have to go. Sir, I'm sorry. We got to go in the order that people signed up. I apologize. It's your turn now.
All right, that's fine. I'll go first. My name is Whitney Strube. I'm a member of North Jersey DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America. Like a few others, I was there in the room in 2018 when the public consensus was overwhelmingly against you renewing the contract, and yet you did it anyway. And so, you know, I've also been there as Mr. DeGise, Mr. Veneri, and the Freeholder Board were very explicit in renewing it, that this was a pathway to exit, that it was only going to be a 2-year extension while you found a pathway to exit. It sounds like you haven't found that pathway, but that is your burden. That is a public promise you made. And I think it undermines a lot of our faith in you to see you rechanging the narrative. And I'd like to give one example of where that faith is undermined. That night, for those of you who were there, you surely remember the powerful testimony from Lisval Gonzalez from the Queer Detainee Empowerment Project, who spoke of being sexually assaulted in your facility. He spoke of reporting that to the authorities who did nothing, and he pointed out the person that he reported it to. You acted quite shocked and indignant and promised you would investigate. So I've asked you repeatedly about that investigation. You referred me to John Libretti, the chief of civil litigation at the office of the Hudson County prosecutor. When I emailed John Libretti, here is the response I got when I asked about the investigation of those charges. He said, these charges were investigated. There was no substantiation to the allegations and the matter was closed. That was not a very satisfying response. Given that we can't trust you when you say you're going to end an ICE contract, I don't know why we would trust the prosecutor's office when he gives such an insubstantial response to a very serious allegation. So I filed an Oprah request to learn more about it. I sent that in on August 1st, 2020 to Mr. Neil Carroll. I can show you the email receipts of that if you'd like. I have heard absolutely nothing. I didn't get a confirmation. The Oprah request has not been filled. And, you know, frankly, at the end of the day, I think you don't have a lot of credibility here. It sounds to me like Hudson County did not do a serious investigation and that you're covering that up by failing to even fulfill your legal obligations to answer an Oprah request. That is really pathetic and shameful, and I'm angry about it. I'm angry about it as somebody who's not even directly affected, but has basic empathy for
When he
people who are
finishes.
held in your concentration camp and sexually assaulted.
When he's done.
And so, you know, again, I think there's a good reason, even based on this one example, not to trust your glowing reports about the conditions in your jail. And you need to restore public faith by living up to your promises. And they were public, explicit promises to end this contract. And so in closing, I would say it was wrong for you to contract with ICE under Trump. Under Trump, we know ICE is a racist Gestapo, but ICE was a racist Gestapo before Trump under Obama, and ICE will be that under Biden. And I think a lot of us here are very concerned that you're trying to take cover behind Joe Biden as somehow being better, that it's more legitimate, it's more ethical, it's more moral to contract with ICE under Biden. But it's not, and it won't be, and you cannot hide behind that. And it is incumbent upon you to stop collaborating with ICE. So that's the end of my statement. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Ada Weideman.
Unmute. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, commissioners.
Good evening.
I'm Ada Weidman. I have 3 questions that needs answered. One of those questions refers to PPE, personal paid emergency leave. We have been getting a lot of corona cases within the Hudson County Department of Welfare and Social Services. And you would think it will be coming from clients, but we don't see clients. So it's the workers that are bringing the virus within the agency. Now, the reason why they're bringing it in the agency is because we are not provided with those PPE days.
Ada, what agency, for the record, are you talking about?
Welfare,
Okay. Family Services.
yes. Eleanor
Okay.
Gibney. We are not being provided with those PPE days. Each employee receives 14 PPE days in the event that when they get sick or they go out the country, according to CDC and county policy, you are to quarantine. Once you get your test back negative, you return to work with a doctor's note. Well, under those conditions, a lot of us have not been receiving our PPE days. And for example, myself, I am owed 9 PPE days, which Ms. Gibney promised to give them back to me, but it's been like 2, going on 3 months. I haven't received those days as of yet. I have emails that I can send you to show our conversation in reference to them. But a lot of people, the reason why they're bringing it into the agency is because a lot of them don't have time. A lot of them don't even know about these PPE days in which they could self-quarantine and not only keep themselves safe, but keep the rest of us safe as well. So I need to ask Ms. Gibney, why hasn't she provided me with my PPE days? Number 2, I am aware of that the Hudson County received $1.25 billion in CARES Act. And it was given in accordance for hazard pay. I also am aware that Hudson County, as well as Camden, Essex, Middlesex, also have received their money. And they received their money because they have a population of over 500,000 residents. My question is, how much hazard pay did Hudson County receive? Where is it? And what has it been used for so far, if it's been used? Third question. It was brought to my attention that there is a new department within Hudson County under Frank Mazza. Frank Mazza has taken workers, handpicked special workers to work in this department, which I'm not really aware of. There was a posting that went up for this this new department. And under those, within the posting, they only were looking for.
We don't have fun.
Now, what about those that don't speak Spanish? Why wasn't there a posting for regular workers? According to federal, the federal law, when you receive federal funding, you can't discriminate. You provide every single person an opportunity. And I feel that Mr. Mazza is discriminating because the regular posting for those positions has never been posted. He specifically.
Hi, Mr. Chair.
I got 30 seconds.
So please, chosen board of commissioners, please answer these questions. Thank you.
All right, so I don't know if we have the people available to answer them now. Can we have someone contact? Can you send Al Santos your contact information?
I have it.
And we'll have somebody get back to you. So you had a question on lack of PPE for employees. You had a question on dates owed for related to COVID, 9 days that Eleanor Gibney said is owed to you and you haven't gotten back from her in 3 months. You had an issue concerning hazard pay. What is the status and what amount of money did the county receive from the government for hazard pay? I think the answer is probably, I think the answer to that's no. I don't think there was any money specifically allocated for hazard pay, but I'll let them respond to you. No, my understanding is that there were CARES money, which you did reference, and other counties have absolutely used CARES money for hazard pay. We've had that kind of as an unresolved issue here, and we've got a lot of speakers, so I'm not going to try to belabor a discussion of that now. So that was the question. And the last question, honestly, somebody's going to have to follow up because it related to postings for positions that Mr. Mazza now needs for the new department that he has, and that's a lot more complicated. But we'll get an answer for you from that. We'll ask Mr. Mazza at the next caucus to elaborate.
PEL, not PPE.
At the next caucus, I will have to wait to the next caucus.
I'm sorry. Yes, on the last one we'll ask Mr. Mazza. He maybe can provide us something before then in writing, but if not, we'll question him at the next caucus, which you could obviously, zoom in and at least listen to.
Okay, thank you, board.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker, Al.
Robert Hurdle.
Hi, my name is Robert Hurdle, and I'm a constituent from Weehawken. I'd like to thank the Freeholders for giving me this opportunity to speak. I would like to encourage this body to terminate its contract with Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Yes, we have an incoming administration with a different philosophy towards immigration and could expect to see less draconian measures in the agency. However, change is not inevitable or easy, and policy and cultural changes within the agency would take time. It's also worth remembering that the Obama administration, of which this president-elect was a part, did its own fair share of deportations and will not be remembered kindly by history with regards to its immigration policies. Would terminating this contract single-handedly uplift the lives of detainees and remedy the xenophobia and broken immigration system we have? No, of course not. But our criteria should not be so grandiose. And change, however small, has to start somewhere. And I'm inspired by the growing movement of people and communities waking up to the ways we have failed to live up to our ideals, failed to treat our neighbors with dignity because it's easier to maintain the status quo and convince ourselves everything is okay. We're kidding ourselves if we think keeping this contract going is in the best interest of the detainees. This country needs sensible immigration reform that treats all people with respect and dignity. That won't happen overnight. Luckily, here in Hudson County, as in countless other localities, we don't have to wait for comprehensive federal reform to start acting sensibly now. This isn't a controversial statement. It's a sentiment that was shared in 2018 by County Executive DeGise, who announced a path to exit from ICE. Those are his words. It's time we see that through. I'd also like to quickly add a response to something Freeholder Venieri said earlier tonight. If each locality that had a contract with ICE reasoned as the freeholder did, ICE would essentially have a blank check to continue its abuses for the foreseeable future. Real change starts with communities having the courage to say, this is not right. We don't need your contract. No amount of money or jobs you promise can rationalize being complicit with policies which go against the values Americans stand for, let alone Americans living with Lady Liberty in their own backyard. Thank you.
Thank you. Al, before the next speaker, do we still have 6 freeholders on?
We, on Zoom, we have Walker, Rodriguez, Kopacz, Cedeno, Cifelli. 5.
Okay, you have 2 in the chamber, so you actually have 7. Okay, next speaker.
Nate
Yeah, I mean,
Hutchinson.
I guess, Al, just because obviously the stenographer doesn't know if somebody has to excuse themselves, just advise us, okay? So we know.
Okay. Nate Hutchinson.
By the way, excuse me. Maddie, you mentioned does the stenographer need a break?
Yeah, if the stenographer needs a break, let us know. You're right.
Okay.
8:30. 8. She said it's 7:50 now. She's requesting a break at 8:30.
Okay.
Okay. Good point.
Mr.
Al.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Nate Hutchinson and I live in Hoboken. I'd like to start off by reading the definition of concentration camp. This is from the Oxford English Dictionary. Quote, a place where large numbers of people, especially political prisoners or members of persecuted minorities, are deliberately imprisoned in a relatively small area with inadequate facilities, sometimes to provide forced labor or to await mass execution. So I think that is not too far off from a description of the Hudson County Jail. I'd also like to echo the other speakers tonight and call on you not to extend the ICE contract beyond this year. In addition, I think you should issue a formal apology for ever having collaborated with this agency. And congratulations on improving the conditions of the jail, but these people do not belong in a cage. It doesn't matter how nice the cage is. Thank you. I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Katia Oltmann.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Speak up a little.
I'm going to read a statement from a detainee. He's from El Salvador and he was detained at the Hudson County Jail for 2.5 years. So the statement reads, my stay at Hudson County Correctional Facility was very frustrating. The food was of very bad quality. We suffered very much because the facility gave us very little toilet paper to use for the bathroom. The treatment we received on behalf of the guards was very bad. They insulted us and treated us like criminals. The showers only gave off scalding hot water, so we couldn't take thorough showers. Here's a period of time where the guards would lock us up for days on the weekends and leave us there without letting us out because there was a sports game or just because the guards didn't want to work. Yes, if the jails were to close, it would be a very important step for us Hispanics. The jail closing will end so much suffering for all people detained who continue to experience that suffering. And that's the end of the statement. I believe that statement was more powerful than anything I should say. So thank you. I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you very much.
Oltmann, could I ask a question?
Freeholder Cifelli, yes, Al.
I should have asked a question about the previous speaker who also read a transcribed statement. What were the dates of those statements? But the date of your statement, I don't expect you to answer the date of the previous statement, but the date of the statement from the detainee from El Salvador. What was the time frame of that? I'm just curious.
I believe there's a speaker here called Tania who can speak more to that.
Okay.
All right, so do you know what the period of time that the statement you read, that individual stayed at the facility?
I do not, just that he was there for 2.5 years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Matthew Scolar.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Matthew Scolar. I live at 24 Maple Street in Kearney. I'm here to demand the Hudson County freeholders, specifically Freeholders Cefelli, because you're my representative on this board, to stop collaborating with ICE. I heard the one freeholder earlier in this meeting was saying that, we don't use eloquent enough language for his liking. He doesn't like that we have demands. And I'm just saying that, I think as elected officials, you're all here elected to be held accountable to us. So when we have concerns about, the ICE facility or other concerns within the county, it is your responsibility to listen to us and have a discussion. It should be a respectful discussion. I understand that. But, I don't think it's very respectful, the treatment of the detainees in these facilities. They talk about poor conditions, including, the food quality, the lack of access to just basic things that we all have on a daily basis. So I'm just saying I don't think the county should be collaborating with ICE because it's up to us at a local level to make that philosophical stance clear. That's something we can do at the local level, and then the federal government is almost forced to act on the issues regarding immigration in this country. Hudson County can play a small part in that, and I would like you all to consider that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Ileana Little.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
All right. Thanks so much. My name is Elena Little, and I live in Jersey City. I'm really disappointed that Chairman Vanieri left rather than listen to public comment. So I want to say that I appreciate those of you who are still here for recognizing that it is your job to listen to the public. So I do appreciate that. So the first freeholder meetings I attended were in 2018 when you were considering renewing our county's contract with ICE. Despite overwhelming public opposition at the time, you voted to renew it for 2 years. And I do appreciate Freeholders Torres and O'Day voting against it at that time. But at that time, you also stated the intention of leaving the contract by the end of 2020, which is where we are now. So I believe that many of the arguments presented in 2018 in favor of the contract are no longer valid. One was that it's a critical source of revenue. While I think that it's a particularly unethical source of money for the county, that was the argument that some of you made when voting in favor of the contract last time. But now the number of detainees has decreased to only around 60, down from hundreds years ago. So it's no longer a sizable chunk of the county budget. There was also the argument of being closer to legal assistance for New Yorkers and New Jerseyans. Since then, we've seen ICE move people to faraway states like Georgia with zero notice to their families or attorneys, and sometimes even as retaliation. So I can't believe I have to say this, but we cannot trust ICE to act in good faith. So just because someone is in our jail today doesn't mean they'll be there tomorrow. So I would like to ask, why haven't we actively pursued a phase out and actively worked to ensure the people in the facility remain local? Even as we're looking to phase out our contract in the Hudson County facility, I think every effort should be made to keep the people in local New Jersey or New York facilities. So I don't feel like that's a valid argument either, considering that ICE will move people with zero notice to their family or attorneys. So I'm calling to urge you to stand by what you said in 2018 and Hudson County's practice of contracting with ICE at the end of this year. As we've heard from earlier testimonies, conditions in the jail are severely lacking under normal circumstances and particularly deadly in a pandemic. At this time, we should be doing all we can to minimize the number of people in the jail. We saw the New Jersey State Legislature and Governor Murphy move to release many people from prison to reduce outbreaks. So we've been hearing that the county government may be going back on your word and remaining in the contract with ICE under a Biden administration. And I just want to say that I think this is a grave moral mistake, and I urge the board to vote accordingly when it comes before you. And look, I'm saying this as someone who organized phone banks and text banks for Biden. I'm certainly glad that he beat Trump, as I know all of you are as well. But an agency like ICE that's so far off the rails, separating families, putting kids in cages, performing forced hysterectomies, it's not going to magically reform itself on day one of a new presidency. It's not. We need to stop enabling human rights violations, follow through on our past commitments.
You know, we can't win.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I mean, Mr. Chairman, can I just
Freeholder Cefali, yes, sir.
maybe we can, as several speakers before noted that I'm an attorney, but I don't do criminal work. But maybe the last speaker, Ms. Little, alluded to the governor's orders. I shouldn't say the governor's orders, the state of New Jersey's policy to release prisoners because of COVID. And I'm not saying this by way of criticism or to try to contravene Ms. Little's comments, but I'm just curious, what authority would the county have as a county to release people that, not the detainees, because they're in a separate wing or a separate part of the correctional facility, but those that are kept there because of penal issues with the state? What authority, I'm curious, I don't know, what authority would the county government have, whether it's the executive or the prosecutor's office, to unilaterally issue an order releasing prisoners because of COVID or for any other reason? Again, I'm not trying to be snarky. I just don't know the answer. So maybe if someone from the prosecutor's office is there, maybe they can get back to me tomorrow. And just, I'm curious about that. She raises a point I never thought about it. It's an interesting issue. If the governor's office or the state can by executive order say people should be released because of COVID for their own personal health and the health of the community, I understand that. But what do we have locally? What authority do we have locally to do a similar act? So I don't know. Then, all right, so Freeholder Romano knows, I don't know. I'm just trying to.
Al, why don't we let the prosecutor's office respond to you? Because I do recollect that during the early spike, which we're now experiencing another one, there were issues where there were petitions and things for individuals to be released from the facility based on issues and concerns. Because I remember myself having a couple of constituents reach out to me concerning family members. So I would defer to them to give you the answer, because they have.
I realize the governor's office or the state has authority over the state correctional facilities. But what authority do we have over the Hudson County facility to do such a thing? Because there may be instances where we should just do it because of the health. I get that, but what authority do we have? And I'm not trying to be snarky. I'm not trying to be critical. I think
no, it's a legitimate. It's a very legitimate question at point, and we should get it. We should get an answer from somebody in the prosecutor's office as well as from corrections if they can provide an answer also.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For the record, Mr. Chair, for the record, I don't see Freeholder Rodriguez on the Zoom call anymore. So now
yes, Freeholder Rodriguez sent a text that she had a prior engagement that she had committed to a while ago at 8 o'clock, so she had to leave at that time.
So we have 4 on Zoom and 2 in the chamber.
Okay,
the next
so we have
speaker
6.
is Deborah Alexander.
Good evening, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, man.
My name is Deborah Alexander. That's Sabura Alexander DER. I work for Family Services. I'm a supervisor and I'm representing Local 1697. I am also an executive board member. I have 3 issues I would like to address. The first issue is the whole situation with the COVID-19, and I will kindly piggyback off of my fellow colleague, Ada Weidman. We have now currently heard of, as of today, there has been 9 cases of employees, because there was no public coming into the building, testing positive for COVID-19. We had 1 in the fraud department, 2 in REDET, 2 security guards, 2 in Affordable Care Act, and 2 in age blind disabled workers. What the county is not doing in terms of management, Eleanor Gibney, Roger Quintana, Bob Knapp, Bob Martinovich, they are not telling the workers. We are hearing this by word of mouth from each other. They are not cleaning the building the way they should. The temperature scanners are not working. The big machine that they paid so much money for is not working. The handheld one is not working. Twice last week I was late and I had to have my administrator readjust my time because the security guard kept saying with the handheld temperature thing, it's not working, it's not working, it's not working. So we need to definitely get that under wraps. I mean, we're the workers there. The county and the freeholders and commissioners cannot continue to jeopardize the workers by not allowing management to tell us what it is that's going on in our building. That's number 1. Number 2, as far as Ada Wyman is concerned, I will also add to that. I had to file a grievance after 60 days to get my time back from Eleanor Gibney and Freeholder O'Day. You were aware, you were on the email. Donata Batista was on the email. Tom DeGeese was on the email along with Eleanor, Bob Knapp, Bob Martinovich. They were all on the, and none of you responded for 60 whole days, 60 days. Then after that, I had to file a grievance only for Roger Quintana to tell me we had decided a week ago, this is in September now, from my original July. We decided a week ago that we were going to give you your days back, but it got hectic and I forgot to tell you. Then he goes on to say, and we also decided that you shouldn't be treated any differently. So I need to know what that means, me being treated any differently. But I did eventually get my days back, but it hurts me and it behooves me that even yourself, O'Day, who I support, and I think you're one of the best, if not the best commissioner on the committee, that you have reached out to me on several other occasions, but when this one you did not. So that definitely it disturbed me.
I apologize for that oversight.
Okay, I appreciate that, sir. I definitely appreciate that. Also, third and final, our Chronos. Now, Chronos was something that was done by personnel, Roger Quintana and his whole team. It's a full department up there. I recently got an email from my union president, who was Lauren Garcia, who spoke earlier and is probably still on the call, telling us, all supervisors, that we're going to be disciplined if our workers' time is not entered properly. We're going to be disciplined. Chronos is done by personnel. It needs to be given back to personnel. Now, we're going to be disciplined, but yet on October 23rd, personnel shorted my paycheck $237 and then had the audacity to tell me that I would have to wait until November 6th, our last pay period. I told them, no, I will not. My bills need immediate attention and I need my money. So they did cut me a check in 24 hours. They did. Eleanor Gibney, I have told y'all in 2015 she should be fired. Now here it is 5 years later. I'm going to tell you the same thing. She does not care about her staff. She does not care about her workers. She does not care about nothing. You email her and she just gets ignorant. She ignores you. I had to have my union president, Lauren Garcia, email her the same questions that I've been sending her for 60 days straight, only for her to tell me, yes, we are under CDC policy. Yes, we've been following CDC policy. So then tell me why the county took 14 days while I had to wait for a test to be retested for COVID-19 after 2 workers in Workforce, New Jersey. One of them tested positive and another one came in contact with the one who tested positive. And that worker, who was my worker, came in contact with me. I sent emails out to everybody. Everybody should be retested, because if I go and be retested and I come back to work, guess what? Who knows who else was exposed? So this COVID-19 is not a joke. People are dying. They're dying daily. We need to shut the county down for at least 14 days like they did in motor vehicles. There was a worker that tested positive in DMV in Bayonne, where I live at, and they shut it down for 14 days. What's the difference between the county? Why they are not shutting down the county? Why? For what? We're coming to work. It is employees bringing COVID-19 in. Employees. We were out for 4 months with pay with no problem. The county budget has already been approved. So there's no reason why we should be in that building. There is no reason. You're not doing us a favor by sending us to work and exposing us and endanger and jeopardize our own family when we come back home. It is not cool. It is not cute. It is dangerous. And I want to know what my commissioners are going to do about it. That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Freeholder Romano.
Yeah, if you get a chance to the last speaker, let me know what date you sent that email, and also those complaints you had about the building. Was the Director D'Alessandro advised of those systems that weren't functioning?
I advised Mr. Knapp, all of the people in my facility, sir. I don't know who D'Alessandro is, but all
Okay,
of
she's the
people
director.
in my building are aware of it.
Okay, thank you. And let me know the date of that email. And to Al Cifelli from the prosecutor, she has no authority to release prisoners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Administrator, because a number of speakers have raised this, and obviously we get it almost every week. We really need you to kind of try to get us some clarity on what is the policy based on when there are cases in a facility. Why do you feel that, is it when does it rise to a point of shutting it down? If somebody wants to be retested, do we let people get retested as often as they feel they need to within a 14-day period? And how do you determine, like today I got a call saying somebody tested positive, I think it was on whatever, the 5th floor, because we were all told not to come back this afternoon. And I'm not asking you to do it now, but we kind of need to understand it, because every time there's a case, a positive case, we find out about it. And if there's not a consistent policy, it creates a lot of issues. And we know that we're at a point now that it's going up again. The numbers are going up, and we discussed in one of the committee meetings earlier just how to address the risk post Thanksgiving that we might have at a lot of these facilities. But we kind of need to understand, and we have to get a uniform policy. I think we need to discuss that policy and articulate it to all the unions so the unions understand it, because it's not ending. We're getting almost every day now an email telling us one person here, 2 people here, 1 person there. Yes, Mr. Batista.
Mr. Freeholder, we meet with the unions every Friday. Okay. There's a ongoing weekly meeting with Sean Dias in my office as the Director of Labor Relations. I think Ms. Gibney participates. I think the extent he's available, the Assistant Administrator, Oscar Villas, participates. And as far as I know, all the unions either participate or have the opportunity to participate. The purpose of the meetings is so that everyone is kept up to date about what's going on in the county. If there are any issues, as some of the speakers have raised, the purpose of the meetings is the unions to bring those things to our attention. And I believe they have, at least I told them to work out an ability in between the meetings, if issues come up, to be able to be accessible in the interim.
So I would ask respectfully, though, that maybe somebody keep some minutes of those meetings and share the information with us so we understand what issues the union's raising and where we may be able to be helpful to intercede. Thank you. Al, next speaker.
Jeff L. Please identify your full name.
Hello, my name is Jeffrey Lukowitz. I live in West New York, and I am a member of the North New Jersey Democratic Socialists of America. First, I want to express solidarity with the workers who are worried about their health and their fair pay and their rights as humans in a safe work environment. Come speak to us at the North New Jersey Democratic Socialists of America. We'll find ways to support your fight, your effort to fight for your rights and light a fire under somebody's butt. Anyway, what I've been wanting to talk about is I've been coming to these meetings and speaking about the treatment of our immigrant community members for nearly 5 years now. Our immigrant family, friends, neighbors, advocates, organizers, and activists have fought hard to end the 287G contract. We fought hard to have the opportunities for driver's licenses and are fighting hard now, as they did then, to end the ICE contract here in Hudson County. Over these years, we've heard people detained in Hudson County speak out against these horrible conditions. We've heard families pleas. We've read the Office of Inspector General's reports saying how poor the conditions are. We've learned of the obscene amounts of money brought in from this contract. We've learned how many people have been deported. There have been so many hunger strikes and so many lives ruined. Romano, your call outs earlier are a little hollow, by the way. You wouldn't dare tell me to talk to you, nor would I, about whether these are concentration camps you are indeed running. I've come here and spoken time and again about how my family's history of Polish Holocaust survivors on one side and Latinx immigrants on the other gives me a very personal historical view of how to interpret this moment. How my son will hear stories of his ancestors being deported from one town or another in Poland, passing through camps and waypoints they've never been to, and resulting in incredible amounts of suffering and harm, and in many cases death. And how similar these stories are of his neighbors here in West New York Sound. You're not going to tone police me. You're not going to tone police my family's history. You're not going to tone police my cohort here. I've spoken here about how I view the stances of some members of this Freeholder Committee to be like that of Adolf Eichmann, actually. A man who was not unique and not the insidious villain of our folk understanding of Nazis, but more of an unremarkable administrator who helped facilitate the goal of what the Nazis called Judenfrei, often from behind a desk. A banal evil in the margins of budgets and meeting minutes and correspondences. That's what's happening here. A bunch of unremarkable, totally forgettable members of this panel are seemingly unwilling to be the heroes of this moment, and instead viewing the destruction of immigrant communities in terms of balancing a budget. Here, there are no superior orders. I want to repeat that as people are talking, except here, there are no superior orders. This is a choice that repeatedly falls on you. Brace yourself, Freeholder Romano, because there's going to be some criticism here. The cruelty that coward Freeholder Vanieri shows by decrying phone calls and emails he gets from many of my friends and family members asking to end this contract. And speaking of how much of a coward he is, he left all of you here to deal with the litany of us speakers. How do you feel about that? They all left. If y'all don't like getting calls and emails and hearing from us, then quit. Don't talk to us about philosophy. I don't pay you for philosophy. Quit. Anyway, Vanieri replying to one of us saying he supports the ICE contract and then claiming he was being facetious about it. This is absolutely disrespectful. The blustering and angry outburst he expressed towards me for a single profanity in a heartfelt moment, even when other members in the panel were offering to let me finish my statement, it would have been great if that energy was directed at the kind of inhumanity and injustice of ICE instead of the immigrant justice communities and its advocates. We, on the side of ending these contracts, have been exceedingly, and in my opinion, overly civil about this moral and very real and not merely philosophical crisis. No one cares about all your hand-wringing about how bad you think it is and how you feel bad about having to do it anyway. Who cares about your feelings? None of us are ignorant to the fact that the ICE contract predates the Trump administration. We're not surprised they were carried out with zeal throughout the administration. We are certainly not surprised that you appear to be inclined to renege on your promise of ending this contract and the promise of Tom DeGeese to end this contract, to let this contract sunset this year. You'll notice none of the groups here advocating for the maintaining of this contract. You'll notice that none of the groups who are advocating for the maintaining of this contract are here like they were last time in 2018. You have no shields but to hide behind. It is you standing on the abject horrors of ICE has perpetrated since their inception. All of these long meetings, phone calls and emails, litigations and cases, protests and heartbreaks could end just like that. Just end the contract. This could all end tonight.
30 seconds.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Freeholder Romero.
Freeholder Torres has now joined the meeting via Zoom.
Freeholder Torres has joined the meeting.
To the previous speaker.
Hold on 1 second before you speak. Freeholder Torres, would you like to record your votes on the minutes of the meeting as well as the agenda items?
Yes.
So yes on the minutes and on the agenda?
Yes on both.
Okay.
Yes, all items on the consent agenda, Freeholder?
Give me 1 second. just let me get back to you on one vote.
Oh, we'll get back to you. Go ahead, Freeholder Romero.
I have to
Yeah.
abstain from one item.
Okay.
Just to the previous speaker, I know myself, I don't have to hide behind any shields, and I'll be glad to meet you over a cup of coffee for any discussion at any time. And you're always welcome to call. I think calling and speaking personally is a lot better than emails, but gladly, speak to you at any time. And I respect your opinions, but at the same time, I don't hide behind any shield. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Freeholder Torres, you ready to cast your vote? Or do we want to just go to the next speaker?
You can go to the
Joe,
next
you ready to
speaker
vote?
right now.
All right, go ahead. Go to the next speaker, Al. We're going to
Stacy.
break in 10 minutes.
Stacy Gregg. Ms. Gregg, you're self-muted.
Stacy Gregg. Stacy Gregg.
She's self-muted.
She got to unmute herself.
Stacy, you have to unmute yourself, Stacy.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I didn't have an unmute button until you just added it a second ago. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for allowing me to participate in your meeting this evening. I'm glad that you've changed your name, that has happened. I am between listening to the testimony throughout the evening, I am between tears and despair. It is a horrible time in history to be alive, to witness what my grandparents witnessed, and I lost so many relatives too in Auschwitz. I'd like to know how many of you know what Anne Frank died of in February of 1945 without taking time from my 5 minutes. Am I allowed to do that?
No, ma'am, just do your statement. And if anyone wants to respond at the end of the statement, they can do so.
Okay. Well, Anne Frank and her sister were moved from Auschwitz over to Bergen-Belsen. It's a concentration camp in northern Germany. It's not as well known as Auschwitz. And they did not die in the gas chambers. They were saved from that. But as being illegal immigrants or however undesirables in Nazi Germany times, they were moved around as we do in modern day times, which my parents and grandparents would be disgusted to hear that we did not defeat fascism. And we're still fighting it in 2020. But Anne Frank died from typhus, okay? She died in 1945 from typhus, not from the gas chambers. These people are dying today from coronavirus. Healthcare workers, people that are forced to work in these places, what is happening to their souls? What is happening to your souls, knowing that you're part of human trafficking during this time in history and doing the work of ICE through administrations during the Biden administration. I mean, it's gone back. It's not just Trump's bringing up this, but he wrenched it up a couple notches. And ICE is standing for not only immigration detention enforcement, it's inhumane, it's cruel, and it's evil. And in case of emergency, that's another acronym for ICE. It's an emergency. And you have the power there as freeholders, as commissioners, whatever your new name is, you have that power to declare it a health issue and to free these people, however you do it, keeping them local. You have that power. You want to play games, but nobody's giving you orders like they did during Nazi Germany. These are camps. These are camps under every definition of the word camps. Thanksgiving's coming up. They're not there. You catch a cold, you get to have comfort in your home. These people are in dirty, disgusting, and I don't need to talk about it because you've heard the testimony on how gross it is. And I'm sorry, but it's hard for me to speak through my emotions here. I'm very upset with what's happening tonight when you go into your warm bed. But what you're leaving in infamy is your names. And everybody, not like during Nazi Germany where we didn't have the internet and lists of names, everyone will know what you guys have voted for year after year after year. And you talk, I watch the Nazi Hunters on Netflix. And these are going to be the things that will live under your legacy unless you take immediate action. And I say immediate, I mean immediate in the next 30 days. These people are suffering. We're going into the second wave of coronavirus. You didn't act fast enough for Daisy Doranilla. She's an RN that died back in March. You didn't act fast enough for the nurse, the RN, Edwin Montanano. There's a correction officer, Bernard Waddell, Sr. I'd heard tonight that you don't pay the camp guards. You don't honor, just like Trump, he didn't pay his people. You haven't honored these people, these union. What's it doing to their souls? Get them jobs in other professions. There are other things to do. And if you don't like your job as a freeholder, you don't want to hear people's complaint, you need to look for another job. There are good people in Hudson County that would love to do your job and to help people. Don't on one hand talk about feeding people like you care about humanity. You have been committing crimes against humanity. This has got to stop. There was no one to speak up for my relatives that died in the gas chambers, but we're here today. I don't see any Nazis or anybody there saying, yeah, keep them in there, keep them in there. No human being is illegal. You have no right to treat these people as less than human. And this is on your soul. This is the legacy of your family's name, not just you, but your children's name, that you year after year are doing these contracts. They need to be free. Let them all go. Don't be complicit with an administration that's cruel.
Thank you.
Gloves. I 30 seconds.
30 seconds, yes.
Okay, I went and dropped gloves off at the 4 different camps in New Jersey, and they are concentration camps. And
No, they're not.
The guard was, they are, and the people who complicit with them are Nazis, just like Nazis. I dropped gloves off, and the young man at the gate was so excited and so grateful to me. Thank you, in Hudson. And then he was told by a superior he couldn't take them. But in Elizabeth, they took the gloves and the soap with gratitude, and I gave them all the ones that would have gone to Hudson. I am fearful that deaths may have prevented because that little bit of help of the soap that didn't get through to Hudson might have saved lives there. These deaths, these illnesses are on all of you freeholders. Good night.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time was up with the additional 30 seconds. Thank you.
Amy Torres.
She talked before.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is, or good evening, I guess, at this point. My name is Amy Torres. I am a resident of Jersey City. I'm also an organizer with the Hudson County Progressive Alliance and Solidarity Jersey City. I actually prepared written comment, but instead I'm actually just going to respond to some of the comments that happened earlier tonight. First is I want to address the comments that you made as freeholders at the beginning on respect, demands, and dignity. I want to remind you as board of chosen freeholders that you are publicly salaried officials whose job it is to spend the public's tax dollars. It is the public who deserves respect, and yet over and over again, I hear you roll your eyes, I hear you speak over other callers, you sigh when we make comments that you disagree with, and you're at risk of losing quorum because many of your colleagues can't even stay through the duration of the public comment period. Which brings me to the next word that I want to address that keeps coming up tonight, which is demand. We have been trying to engage you, as many activists on this call have said, for years. And when you might remember that earlier this summer, I commented that many of your emails were not publicly listed on the county website. And many of you still use personal addresses, even AOL accounts that make public record requests nearly impossible. So it's really difficult to ask us to continue to be polite and patient with you when this is a process that we've been engaging with for far too long. And it's, I appreciate the offers that some of you make to meet up in person, but that is not how the public process works. That is not how governance works. It doesn't work over coffee. It works over publicly available channels that the public pays for. So, I appreciate those outreach methods, but we do expect that if you want us to respect you, act like the public officials that deserve our respect. Yes, we demand because honestly, sometimes it feels like slamming our fist against a wall would allow a little bit more progress than negotiating with you. I want to address the remarks about a change under a Biden administration. Many of the previous callers already spoke about how the acceleration of the current deportation and detention machine actually happened under an Obama-Biden administration. So rather than relitigate that, I'd like to speak to my experience in my professional capacity, which is as a person that works in immigration social services in New York. These are one of the very same organizations that you claim to speak in unified opposition to the jail's closure, but that's not the case. That's not a unified stance. I can speak to some of the false senses of security to expect under a Biden administration. President Trump has enacted over 400 immigration-specific executive orders in his tenure in office, and that doesn't even include the changes like public charge determinations, changes to the naturalization test, or hikes to naturalization application fees. I say this because Biden is not the answer or the solution to the Hudson County Jail. You may bristle at words like collaborator, but as a prior commenter said, you are enabling what this looks like. It's going to take a very long time, even if we were to lay our highest hopes in a Biden administration, take a very long time for DHS to turn over. The fact that ICE recruits directly from Proud Boys and white supremacists is something that has been covered in well-established media. And as folks mentioned, our own director of the Hudson County Jail has his own problems and has his own deaths on his hands. So, you know, this is enabling torture. You claim it doesn't exist in Hudson County, but yet Hudson County transfers people or deports people to places where their lives have ended as retribution or due to neglect, where they've been forcibly sterilized, or they are released upon such grave illness that they die at home because ICE would rather release someone on the brink of death than have it contribute to their death numbers. So last is the point on jobs. You may claim that you have no authority to release folks, which I'd be more than happy to talk with you offline about, because I do think that there is some responsibility. Is that 30 seconds?
30 seconds.
Okay.
30 seconds.
So while you may claim that there's no authority on releases, which I can speak with you offline about, you do have the authority to create work in the county. The jail is not the only employer. When is the last time that this freeholder body has created jobs, has created workforce programs, invested deeply in those programs? There are more jobs than just jail jobs or jobs within the carceral system. That's why we look to you for leadership, and that's the minimum that we expect in order for you to close this jail. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's 8:33. We will take, do we need to take a motion to take a recess, Mr. Clerk?
How many more speakers are there, Bill?
How many more speakers are there?
I have 17 raised hands.
I have a meeting.
Be quiet.
We need, how long do you need as a break, stenographer?
10, 15.
10 to 15 minutes. All right, so we'll reconvene at 8:45. Do I need to take a motion, or Al, do we just
Ed, do
take
we
a
need
break?
a motion, Ed?
A motion for a 15 or however long period of
A
time
motion for a
recess is in
15-minute
order.
I'll make a motion for a 15-minute recess.
Motion.
Second.
All in
Second
favor?
by Freeholder Cefelli.
Aye.
All
Aye.
in favor? Aye.
Okay, this line will remain open and it will continue to broadcast.
It's
So self-mute yourself if you do not want to
8:47, we'll
broadcast.
reconvene.
8:47.
8:47.
Okay, I'm here. Thank you.
And then I muted the room, so if anybody speaks in there, no one will hear that.
Okay,
I didn't disconnect the room. All I did was mute it.
okay, I'm on live right now.
What's that?
I'm still live.
Okay, yeah, everyone is. I just want to let you know that I just muted that room right before we started. I'll unmute it.
Okay, all
Okay?
right, thank you.
Thanks, man.
Hey, you guys go by already for the waste? Thank you.
Joan, that we've taken a break in Freeholder meeting, so you guys ate, right? Yeah, we got 17 more speakers. I told you this is gonna be a shoot show. So, everybody left, so it's gone. Somebody called me a Nazi. Oh, you're a Nazi. I actually said, I think the scenario is a great shortage. Oh, they actually, they're very, okay. Very welcome.
Hey, Al, you got to mute your phone, Al.
Look at like, I had 8:35 in the clock in the office. I mean, upstairs in my office. Yeah, it is what it is. So do you guys eat? Yeah, eat. Do you need more macaroni left in this fridge? Yeah, just put it out, leave it out, open it up, leave it out of the can. I'll do that. I'm not going to be on.
Mute myself. No, hold on.
Are you muted?
me unmute. I'm unmuted. All right. I'm hanging up my cell phone. Santos is looking at me because I've been trying to call him, but he's not listening to me.
I'm listening to you.
He's listening to me, and I'm talking.
I could hear you, Freeholder.
All right.
Al, let me know when we have 5. We have 4 that I could see now, counting myself. We need Jerry, or I got Al, Fanny, Joel, myself. Do we have Jerry or Kenny?
Kopacz is here.
Yeah.
I'm
All right,
here too.
Kopacz is there. All right, we'll start up again. We need a motion to reconvene. I need a
No, I
motion
need
to
to
reconvene.
take, I should take roll.
Well, I think we need a motion to reconvene, Ed. Is that correct?
No, roll call first, then a motion to reconvene.
Okay.
Freeholder Sedano,
Here.
Valley,
Here.
Kopacz,
Here.
O'Day,
Here.
Rodriguez, absent. Romano,
Not here now. He said he was going to call back in. He had to go to Christ Hospital, meet with somebody from Camp Point.
okay, absent. Torres,
Yes, here.
Walker,
Here.
Chairman Veneri, absent.
Not here.
Motion to convene the meeting.
I'll move to reconvene.
Torres,
Second.
second by
O'Day.
Walker. O'Day. All in favor?
Aye.
All
We're back in session. Next speaker, Mr.
Next
Chair.
Yes, sir.
Ryan Moser.
Hello. My name is Ryan Moser. Sorry, a lot of background noise. Are you guys ready?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. My name is Ryan Moser from Jersey City. And just first, I just want to thank you for taking the time to listen to your constituents tonight. I really do hope you will take the time, take what they have said under advisement as you consider renewing the county's contract with ICE. I'm not going to take up a whole lot of time. I agree with the callers who have asked for Hudson County to stop participating in the federal immigrant detainment system, regardless of who is president. As you yourselves have admitted, it's the morally correct thing to do. And, you know, there just seems very little justification, especially in light of all of the arguments you've heard tonight, for continuing it. But unfortunately, it seems like you all are clearly signaling that you are going to vote to renew the contract. So in light of this, I asked you, I just really have one question I want you to answer, and I don't mean this rhetorically, I really hope you answer it. If you do really prioritize the needs of the detainees, and that is the only reason you will renew the contract, as some of you have claimed, how can you also justify spending the money that their further incarceration brings in? How can you justify spending this money if it's morally wrong to be detaining people?
Can I just make a comment about that, Mr. Moser, if the chairman allows?
Sure.
Yep.
I was hoping for an answer.
I would ask that the speakers finish their remarks, and then you could answer the question or make a remark after that.
I have no further remarks. That's my remarks. So I'd love to.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Freeholder Saffelli.
Chairman O'Day, I'm on the phone too, okay?
Freeholder Romano's back on. Freeholder Saffelli.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Moser, I think your point has been recognized in the past at previous meetings. And I think that in deference to Freeholder O'Day, I think when that issue has been raised, and I think what Freeholder O'Day's comments in the past, the point that I think he, acknowledging that point, he wanted us to redirect a significant portion of that income, as some people have called it, blood money. I'm not trying to be controversial when I say that, but that's what the reference was. But Freeholder O'Day in the past, I think, commented on that, and I believe because of Freeholder O'Day's advocacy, I think the board, I believe, had the county administration redirect a lot of those funds to facilities for the direct betterment of the quality of medical care, especially maybe food services, but especially the medical care at the facility. So I think in a hopefully a partial answer to your question, I think we did as a county direct a significant portion of the income that the county received to expenditures directly related to the betterment of the quality of the care for the detainees. Now, that may not be wholly satisfactory to you. We appreciate that, but I think that's hopefully a good faith and partial answer to your question.
Next speaker, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Gary Spingard.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Gary.
All right. Has my time started?
Yes.
All right, fantastic. My name is Gary Spingarn. I am a voting constituent. I live in I implore we terminate the ICE contract. So many callers have said exactly what needs to be said, but I'm going to echo some of the comments. Reforms do not wash past transgressions away. You can list all of the amenities you want. It doesn't change the fact that direct harm is being carried out with a Hudson County rubber stamp. The road to redemption does not start and stop with the closing. It is a bare minimum. It is a glimmer of your responsibility, not only as elected officials, but human beings. Every second you choose not to act, you choose complicity. I'm so glad that you recognize that the detainees will not be ROR, but go to other facilities away from family or resources, perhaps. So many callers have told you, yes, you, what you can do. I mean, I had a very long script, but you know what? I'm just going to delve into what I want to say. I'm a bit of a regular on Jersey City Council meetings. I get my fair share of eye rolls and jabbing comments, but this group right here, this is New Jersey politics at its finest. And I say that with my mother and father both serving Passaic County for 30 years, Passaic County Court Office, and my brother serving as an aide in the legislature for a number of years. I'm glad that you have sympathies to philosophical points. ICE isn't some pillar of the community. It has a very short history and does not serve the interests of the people. If it's against your philosophies, you are empowered to act. If you choose inaction, again, you choose complicity. If this isn't against your philosophy, you're simply on the side of oppression. My only demand here is that you listen. There are people here right now with great ideas. If people being released is an actual concern, then they are here to help, unless you like jails and ICE and mass incarceration. There are people here much more savvy, much more involved than I can dream to be. Muted by the host.
You're fine. You're Mr. Spingarn. You can speak.
Good. I'm good. Can you hear me?
Keep going. Yes,
Okay.
we can hear you. You do break in and out a little, but we can hear you.
All right, thanks so much. There are people here ready to work, and they are so inspirational. I'm brand new to all of this. I'm brand new to the fight. There are ideas to get these resources to help people close to families and help them stay. You don't like demands? Well, I don't like hearing excuses when the answer is laid out for the taking. I am Jewish. My Hebrew name is Simcha Eliyahu. My ancestors were lucky to leave Poland before invasion. For that reason, I am compelled. I am obligated to fight and call out this injustice. They are concentration camps. Full stop. This may be the only point you hear out of everything that I've said. My dad served as assistant prosecutor for Passaic County. Yeah, that's right. He was one of you. And we recently had a big talk about the now infamous crime bill that poured gasoline on the fire for mass incarceration. Now, the answers to all the questions that I had very much sound like what I hear from the county officials today. And at the end of it, I think I broke him down just a little bit. He told me, well, we didn't really react to it. We just worked. I guess I didn't pay any attention. So sorry, Gary. I just didn't pay it any mind. Is that the future you want? Someday, your children or grandchildren, or anyone from younger generations, and confront you in such a way? That moment, you will have to tell someone that your life's work was a failure. Why did you get into politics in the first place? I'm not convinced it was to serve. Not at all. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Gary.
Sama Sise.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Sama Sise. I live in New York City, but I am an immigration attorney who represents immigrants residing both in New York and New Jersey, specifically Black immigrants from Africa and the Caribbean. I've been doing this work for almost 3 years, and I strongly believe that Hudson County should end their contract with ICE. In 2018, as many people have stated, Hudson County stated that they would develop a path to exit from the ICE contract, and it is important to see this promise through. I just want to comment on what other people have also stated about this feeling that keeping the contract is beneficial for the people imprisoned by ICE and Hudson, and that is just flat, that's false. Ending the contract and working with local groups, as the previous speaker stated, people who have been in this work and in this fight for so long are visionaries and are able to think about how we can work together to get people released and cared for within their communities. That is what we need, and that is what is in the best interest of the human beings, right, who are being held by ICE. Furthermore, as another former speaker stated, jails and prisons are always sites of racial violence and death. But this is even more true as COVID-19 spreads rapidly throughout the country. Conditions for immigrants detained at Hudson have been horrendous. It doesn't matter what you're stating about how changes have been made. We've seen medical neglect and deaths within the facility. Also, immigrants detained at Hudson are disproportionately Black and Latinx, showing how this contract further entrenches and emboldens ICE racialized targeting of our communities, our people. The ICE contract enables anti-immigrant policies which rely on the availability of these detention beds, and this will not change under a Biden administration. We need to be honest about this. Our history of anti-immigrant sentiments go way beyond Trump, and this county, Hudson County, has the power to make a change right now without relying on the federal government. So long as places like Hudson participate in the business of detaining people, of imprisoning people, more and more people will be cruelly detained and die as part of these anti-immigrant policies. ICE, which is a civil agency, uses incarceration to punish, to disappear our people, our family, our loved ones, our community members. And Hudson County officials are currently complicit in this violence. If my voice is breaking right now, it's because I'm so angry. I'm angry that we have to even be here having this conversation right now. Ending this contract is part of a larger goal of ending immigration detention and allowing our families and our neighbors to fight their immigration cases at home with their loved ones instead of facing racist punishment through immigration imprisonment. It is your duty to end this contract and ensure that another contract does not take its place. People are being transferred. ICE has the ability to move people anytime they want. This contract is not helping our clients, it's not helping our family members. All it is doing is further emboldening this agency to carry out its racist policies and violence.
Is the speaker finished?
Thank you. Are you finished, ma'am?
Yes, I yield my time.
Could I ask Ms. Samay a question?
Sure, Freeholder Safella, go ahead.
It's Sama, yes.
Can you hear me, Ms. Samay?
Yes, it's Sama.
It's Al Safeli, Sama Samay. I believe it, and this number fluctuates, so I apologize if I misquote the number, but it's somewhere between 60 and 75 detainees at our facility right now, I believe, because it does fluctuate. How many of those do you represent personally?
Excuse me?
How many of those people in Hudson County do you represent personally?
I personally do not represent anyone who's currently detained at Hudson County.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am, did you at any time represent anyone at the facility?
I've represented people who were formerly detained because, as you all know, because of the knife up program, there's different pathways.
Got it.
Miss Samai,
Sama.
how many people have you represented at the Hudson County facility?
As I stated before, I've never represented anyone who was detained at Hudson County, but I represented people who were formerly detained there.
To say, I'm not trying to be critical. I'm just trying to get some facts. Okay. Thank you.
No, ma'am, thank you very much. We appreciate your comments.
Eleni Beja.
Hi. I am Eleni Beja, a resident of Hoboken, and I am speaking on the question of the ICE contract. I echo previous speakers' disappointment that the chair didn't stick around, so I guess I should thank you for not scheduling conflicts during the public comment part of scheduled freeholder meetings. I too think this isn't just a philosophical issue or an accounting issue. Due process, which is guaranteed in the Constitution that all of you swore to uphold, is very meaningful to everyone detained in our county as a result of this contract. And regardless of the progress made by the Corrections Advisory Board, when our county works with an organization that engages in the brutal tactics, separating families, caging children, forced hysterectomies, it becomes for us a humanitarian issue. And then too, when we work with an organization that denies individuals due process, we put all of our rights at risk. I do recall and appreciate that Mr. O'Day and Mr. Torres voted against the renewal. And I hope that all of you will, at the very least, uphold your oath to support due process and also follow through on your stated intention when renewing this contract to phase it out. And then my last comment is really a question. I'm wondering, when you get the contract, will you make your decision before the public has a chance to comment and give input? That's all that I have.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I mean, I could just speak. I could just speak for myself, but I think I do speak for the board. As much as some may not want to sit and listen to hours and hours, I mean, we have an obligation to ensure that if anything is presented to us with a contract for this, that it's done in a manner where people get reasonable notice of when the meeting is going to be. It's at a time that's not unfair to people, so they have an opportunity to speak. So I can only speak for myself, but I really feel that the board will ensure if, and again, I have no idea whether anything's going to be presented to this board before the end of the year, that we do so in a manner that allows for the public to speak prior to any vote taken.
Thank you to the last speaker too, Bill. Thank you, Tom.
Patrick Toussaint.
I'm sorry. Freeholder Cifelli had a comment out.
Just to echo Freeholder O'Day's comments about the procedure. The administration presents resolutions with proposed contracts approvals to us. Our agendas are published. I know there's been some skepticism in the past about how agendas have been revised, modified. I'm not going to address that. I don't think that's accurate, but I'm not going to address it. But suffice to say that there's a process. If and when the administration presents the contract, because we don't do it, it comes from the administration, it will be open to the public. It will be open to discussion as an agenda item, just as tonight it's open to discussion as a non-agenda item. And it's being fully discussed. And I think this is a great opportunity to have an exchange of ideas. So I think when and if it comes up for the renewal, we're going to have a similar, maybe even more expansive exchange of ideas. So I want to assure the speaker that nothing is going to be done in the dark of the night. This is very transparent. So, okay, I agree with Freeholder O'Day.
Thank you, Freeholder Cifelli.
Patrick Toussaint.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you. Freeholders, thank you for your time today. Really appreciate the freeholders who have continued to stay here to listen to the comments from the public. I wanted to first acknowledge all the commentary from everybody before, particularly the statements of folks who were previously detained at the facility. Because I think it's really important for us to center those experiences and for us to really acknowledge and in a way memorialize the trauma and hurt that this ICE contract has done to them. So I want to sit with that for a moment. And then what I wanted to do was really move on to talk about what it means to leave this contract behind, but also what it means to move from a world in which we are continuing to incarcerate large numbers of our community to a world where we can make a different choice. You know, the amount of money that we spend on this jail right now, it's about $105 million. And that's out of a $725 million budget. That's an incredible amount that we are spending to keep people locked up. And I'd want to say that, you know, there are such better uses for that money. And not only are there better uses for that money, but we can also think about how we are treating the people that are working at that jail. I think we're already starting to see, based on the commentary from the representatives of the unions here, that we are not honoring them as much as we say that we are honoring them. We are not giving them the type of additional pay that they are entitled to as a result of all of the hazards that they are experiencing with COVID. And I don't think that we are doing enough to make sure that we are keeping them safe and thinking about, you know, what their opportunities are and what they would want to do. And so I want to sort of end with this last point, which is the fact that this is not an either or choice here. This is not a choice between locking up more members of our community, between an immoral contract with ICE and laying off a bunch of folks who live in our community who work at these jails. I don't think it's in our interest to think of it as a binary choice in that way. And I think it's actually a false dichotomy. I think there are so many things that we could be doing to set up the people who work at that jail with other opportunities. I think it would be incredibly amazing if we were to think of the social workers who work at that jail, just as one example, and think about what we could do to offer social work services to members of the community and start to broaden that out. Or think about the people who are doing food service at the jail. And instead of continuing to prop that up, instead think about grants to help those individuals open up their own restaurants within their communities across Hudson County. There are so many different things that we could do to be progressive and to put better use to the public's dollars, especially when it's $105 million. And so I really want us, want you guys as freeholders and us as a community to be thinking about what choices we can be making and how we can do that in a way that, you know, invests in our community and doesn't continue to perpetuate an immoral practice. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask Mr. Toussaint a
Yes.
question?
Yes, freeholder Safel.
I've listened to your comments and I think they are laudable. However, the underlying assumption, and again, I'm not disparaging the assumption, I'm just questioning it, is that there is no place in our county for a penal institution of any kind. That the overarching concept is that we should not incarcerate anyone, and I'm excluding detainees. The ICE, that's a separate case. I'm just talking about penal, the penal system. Am I right that your assumption is that there should be no penal facility whatsoever. Again, I'm not disparaging the concept. I'm just asking the question. Is that your assumption? So that the resources of the county should be aimed at reemploying everybody that works at the facility, because no one should be working at that facility because it shouldn't be there in the first place.
Yeah, so Freeholders Savelli, thank you so much for your question. I really appreciate the dialogue here. I would say that that my position is that we should be trying to reduce the number of folks that we have in incarceration. We should be putting all of our money toward things that, one, will invest in human resources up front so that you have fewer people going there. And then as you're going through the justice system, you are thinking about diversionary tactics as well, so that you are not putting people in that situation. I think there's a world in which that we can imagine where we are doing where we're putting all of these things together. And, ultimately, I think that it's a world in which, there is less of a need for them. That's something that we can do today.
I don't want to spend the time with the other speakers because it's getting late in the evening. And I'm here as long as we have to be here. And I agree. I think you and I want to continue this conversation because I think it's a great conversation. The problem is, I think it's more of an overall criminal justice philosophy, and you and I can talk about it. And the clerk will give you my telephone number. I know he has it because other constituents have called me. So I don't want to belabor it, but I like your hypothesis. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I like it. But I just wanted to ascertain if that was the assumption of your comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Al. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Jake Efros.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Jake.
All right. My name is Jake Efros. I'm a member of the North Jersey Democratic Socialists of America. I'm a resident here in Jersey City. Firstly, the lawyer who spoke previously's name is Sama Sise, and it was disrespectful to try and undermine Sama's legal expertise and authority. But there is so much disrespectful, of course, about the behavior of some of the public officials in our county. Public officials such as Chairman Veneri, whose current absence is evidence of profound cowardice, and County Executive DeGise in particular. As has been made clear by my friends and comrades, the ICE contract here in Hudson County is set to expire at the end of the year. This attempt to slither your way out of the commitment you all made is incredibly disrespectful. Additionally, Chairman Veneri's flippant comments are disrespectful. Comments made, yes, to his constituents and also to neighbors whose lives are greatly impacted by the Freeholders' decisions. You all deciding that it's appropriate to cage human beings for county revenue here in Hudson puts at risk and instills fear in communities across New Jersey, New York, and beyond. And when I emailed the chairman cordially a number of questions about why he may not be committing to end the ICE contract, he provided a remarkably terse and concise answer. Quote, I support the ICE contract. Again, betraying his egregious disrespect, he later said he was being facetious. However, and I speak as a Jewish guy whose great-grandparents fled anti-Semitism in Europe, I feel less aggravated by your shamelessness than by your narrow-mindedness. Disrespect is one thing, but the root of the problem isn't your rude tone or dismissive approach or condescending attitude. Just as the problem with Trump isn't really his being rude or dismissive or condescending. The problem with you and Trump is that there is no room for imagining what it must be like to suffer. There is no evidence of empathy. There is no care. There is only short-sighted and myopic greed driving your decision-making. Imagine, if you will and if you can, what it would be like if you did not cage people because of their immigration status. Does that vision make you upset? Is it repulsive to you to imagine a world where borders are not life-threatening barriers designed to protect capital and property interests, but instead could be places of welcoming, receiving, and hosting others? If these ideas scare you, why? And why can't you channel that emotional reaction toward imagining what it's like to seek out more freedom and then have it stripped away from you because of ICE? or what it's like to work and pay more taxes than the president of this country and then be kidnapped in front of your family. This is to say that Trump no longer being president will have nothing to do with whether ICE is acceptable. Locking up people based on their documentation status has become a bipartisan compromise that only reveals the revolting common interest shared by Republicans and Democrats. If you have philosophical opposition to this system, and you all are the ones responsible for translating the moral, ethical, or philosophical demands of justice into reality, then you absolutely must work to end the contract responsibly now. And ending it responsibly and ensuring the safety of our friends, neighbors, and loved ones inside is not some abstract obstacle to ending it. That's your job. So I urge you to sit with the testimonies of those people who have been detained and actually feel them emotionally. Stop yourself if you start thinking about reasons why those stories don't matter, why it's only rational to keep the contract, or why you can't do anything about it. I'm sure you're aware that it's not technically our job to be here yelling at y'all. I actually made sure I had work off tonight to be here and be heard. You too can feel free to step outside what you perceive as the confines of your actually enormously privileged positions and start to advocate and fight for justice too. Put the contract on the agenda, then fight against the G's and the governor and the White House ferociously. We'll be happy to help you, and then end ICE in Hudson County. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Freeholder Sefeli, yes.
Mr. Efros, if you perceived my comments to the prior speaker, who is the attorney, I think her name was Miss
Sama.
I'm sorry, I didn't write her name down. If you think my comments to her, my questions to her were meant in a disrespectful tone, I apologize. They were not. I'm an attorney. She's an attorney. I think between attorneys, she understands the thrust of my question. My question is that attorneys live by evidence. And I don't want to get beyond the scope of this, but we're in if we haven't heard about arguments that were not based on evidence over the last week, if you turn on the TV channels, lawyers talk in terms and courts talk in terms of evidence. And my inquiry was, what was her evidence? And I didn't mean that to be disrespectful to her. As an attorney, I'm sure I would reasonably hope she did not think I was being disrespectful. And if you think I was being disrespectful to her, I apologize. That was not my intent.
I do.
Thank you, Freeholder Sefeli.
Next speaker is Kassan Little. Didn't she speak already, Ms. Little?
It's about time. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Yes.
I was worried I wouldn't be able to get to it with all Freeholder Sefeli's questions. Good evening. My name is Kassan Little. I'm a part of. Excuse me, sir. Reclaiming my time. Reclaiming my time.
Sorry, I'm
Please. Okay.
engaged. I'm sorry.
No. Yeah. Well, I hope you're engaged in the right way. You're very strategic,
I won't talk.
and you're sir. Reclaiming my time. Reclaiming
Okay.
my time.
Go ahead, Kassan. 5 minutes start now.
Thank you. Please start it over again. I was rudely
Go
interrupted.
ahead.
Good evening. Kassan Little, New Jersey Hellraisers. New Jersey Hellraisers is an organization that holds DNO's elected officials accountable, just like you guys. DNO's are Democrats by name and Republican by nature. I think, and I don't think, I believe you all are on the wrong side of history. The fact that you first approved this contract with ICE in the first place not only makes you all complacent, but incompetent, and it puts you on the wrong side of history. You had the audacity to believe that ICE is the savior of our community, which in fact they're no savior. And I also want to address this: the fact that Freeholder Romano stated earlier and brutally disrespected a Jewish, staunch advocate in our state. The fact that he wanted to answer back and state there are not concentration camps. That was disrespectful to her. That was disrespectful to every person, every innocent human being who is incarcerated right now because of their status. And let me just also say this. We live in a society that was created to act like this. This country was founded on hate. It was founded on racism. It was founded on sexism, Islamophobia, so many things. And the fact that you believe that these are not concentration camps, but you also had the audacity to say that to someone who's personally affected by it and who family members were directly impacted, you had the nerve, and you owe her an apology. You owe every Jewish male and female in this country and in your county an apology, because there are concentration camps. We are in 2020. Get with the program. We need to free our people. We should not welcome them to this country talking about a land of the free. It has never been free for Black people. It has never been free for people of color. And I'll be damned if I will sit here and allow you to say that and to disrespect people like that. That was wrong on so many levels. Freeholder Sefeli, I'm going to respectfully also say, before you had cut me off earlier, that your questions are very strategic in the way that you use as an intimidation tactic. It is. And that gives the illusion that people who are like myself, who are looking on the outside, looking in, looking from the outside, looking in, or even those who are part of the county who know, the rate that you guys rotate, that is, you're doing that, and you're asking your questions inside of an intimidation tactic. Let's have a heart generated by love and care. These people, all of us, but most importantly, our undocumented community, they look to you guys to have a heart, to try to put yourselves in their shoes on why they first had the thought of seeking asylum in the first place. It's because they want a better life for themselves and for their children. For their children. Do you know it was reported that over 600 children from the border, the government cannot find their parents because maybe half of their parents are either dead or they just went missing. They were deported and they can't not track their parents. And that's on you too. Your names will go down in the history books as those who were complacent, as those who were guilty of charge to lead and render that decision. Shame on you. Shame on you that you continue to have the audacity to believe that ICE are a savior of the undocumented and immigrant community. They are not. They're Nazis. They're all complacent. They're disgusting. And you owe your community an apology for first going into contract with ICE. ICE does not protect this community at all. I yield my time back. God bless. Free the people.
God bless you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Next
Little.
speaker is Ron Batista.
Is that Ron or Don?
Ron, R-O-N.
Ron Batista, okay.
Good evening. Can
Ron
you hear me?
Batista? Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Yes, thank you. My name is Ron Bautista. I live in Hoboken. I've been in the country for 21 years. I'm a U.S. citizen, but that's not how I started. I was undocumented for 11 years. My dad was undocumented. My mom was undocumented. And it took 11 years. Even I had a path to having a green card, but it took 11 years for me to get it. But in those 11 years, we lived in fear. My dad, he had a lot of fear in him. And his biggest fear wasn't to get deported. His biggest fear was that before he's sent back to his country, he would be sent to a jail to wait there until he's actually being able to be sent back to the country where he was born and raised at. Like, this is personal for me and personal for so many people. The fact that, the freeholders that are here, except for 2 that voted against the contract last time, are thinking about renewing this contract again. After 2 years ago, a group of local people from the Democratic Party too, we met up with Freeholder Romano, and we told him how wrong this was. And he's quoted saying that they're gonna look for ways to phase out. And that, that this is just for now. And that then the county executive was talking also about the same thing. You had 2 years to phase this out. You had 2 years to figure out how not to have a contract with one of the worst agencies that we have in this country. They are an agency that just promotes fear, that has broken a whole bunch of human rights, has some human rights violations, and that are well documented. And again, the fear that my dad passed away many years ago. It didn't happen under the Trump administration. It happened during the Bush administration. And that same fear from undocumented immigrants kept going throughout the Obama administration. It's just that agency that was built from fear was then taken by a monster. And that's why people got even more angry now. So I ask you to look into this contract and then talk to the activists and listen to us. Listen to us because this is wrong. And then have families that have reached out to me because their uncle was detained in the ICE facility here in Hudson County. And Freeholder Romano, he was saying how like he was worried. I was like, no, we actually have to think that they have to be close to their families. You know what happened to that uncle? That uncle, he was in jail. He had to phone in his family and say, they're taking me to the airport right now. They're gonna send me over to another camp. And then the family wasn't even able to say goodbye. So that is just complete BS. The fact that that makes a difference when ICE moves so fast in removing them, there is no excuse. There's no excuse to take this money. There's no excuse to make it out of profit. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Batista.
Thank you,
Kathy O'Leary.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Good evening. My name is Kathy O'Leary. I'm the coordinator for the New Jersey region of Pax Christi. We are a Catholic.
Hey, Bill. What was the name? I'm sorry, the New Jersey regional what?
I am the coordinator for the New Jersey region of Pax Christi.
Oh, okay, Pax Christi. Okay, thank you.
Hey, Chairman O'Day, can you hear me?
Yes,
Chairman O'Day. I just want to say, I just want to compliment Ron Batista on being one of the most passionate and speakers that really, made a lot of sense. My compliments to Mr. Batista.
All right, thank you. Miss O'Leary, we'll start your 5 minutes now. I don't want you to lose time. Go ahead.
Thank you. So Pax Christi is a Catholic peace and justice organization. We maintain our 501c3 status through our relationship with the USCCB, and our parent organization, Pax Christi International, enjoys the blessing and the approval of the Vatican. For over 25 years, Pax Christi New Jersey has protested the presence of migrant jails in New Jersey. And that's about as long as you've had your contract with ICE. You had your contract since 1996, in case you weren't aware. Our members have prayed, we've held vigils, we have marched as many as 12 miles in one day to protest this brutal practice. We have volunteered with First Friends, and several of our members have served on First Friends board, including Jean Squeo, who spoke earlier, and myself. I am not here to speak for First Friends, but I want you to understand the depth of our knowledge and the depth of our commitment to this issue and to ending all ICE contracts everywhere in the country. I am saddened as I listen to you tonight, and I have been one of those people who's been calling you for 7 months. And it is extremely disappointing to hear how little you seem to know about the ICE contract, how little you know about how ICE works, and how little you know about who is in your jail or why they're there and how they got there. You didn't know how many people, Freeholder Romano did not know how many people were in the jail when I spoke to him. He did not know that there were legal permanent residents in the jail. And I would be surprised if you knew that 95% of the people who are in your jail incarcerated for ICE are Black or Latinx. I am curious who you're meeting with. Who is telling you what's going on inside your jail? Who is telling you that this is the moral and just thing to do to keep this ICE contract? So, Mr. Cifelli, I got that tone that you gave to Sama. My husband's an attorney. I know what you were doing. You were trying to discredit her. And that was very sad. She does represent people who have been detained in your jail, if you had listened to her answer. But you really were only looking to undercut her. And that's really disappointing, that you are not open to hearing what people have to say. what I'd like to hear from you is what are you doing to free the people who are in your jail as a result of this ICE contract that you are all defending here tonight? We have proposed a platform to the governor that would release people from ICE detention. And you could support us in that. Yesterday, we had over 50 organizations on a call about your contract. So again, I would like to know who it is that you're meeting with, who is telling you when we have over 50 organizations saying that they want to end this contract.
Ms. O'Leary, you finished?
Are you finished, Ms. O'Leary?
No, I also would like to ask you,
Keep going.
I heard you make an offer to a random citizen to take a tour of your jail. However, First Friends was having difficulty gaining access to your jail recently to go and speak to people who are incarcerated for ICE, to speak to them about the very real possibility that your contract could end, whether it's by doing the right thing, or in case you haven't heard from those advisors of yours, there's a rumor that ICE might end your contract themselves. And they do have an RFI out to look for other space in New York and New Jersey. And the ICE contracts in New York and New Jersey, even though you've had yours for so long, these contracts come and go. Many other counties have had their contracts ended by ICE. And what happens to people who are in detention, they end up being transferred in mass to other facilities. And it's very chaotic. And what you have the opportunity now to work with advocates and to have a responsible closure to this contract. You've had 2 years to work on this. I really would like to know what you've been doing these past 2 years to fulfill your commitment to your
Mr. Chair,
community.
time is up.
To your
30
community
seconds.
to end this contract. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker,
Yes, sir.
Arden Donnelly.
Excuse me, before
I'm
we
sorry, Freeholders a felon.
I had a question that we wanted Ms. O'Leary to continue. So my question was, Ms. O'Leary had asked a question about who had we been speaking with. And I'm sorry if I act too adversarial. I don't mean to be that. I don't mean to take that tact. And if Ms. O'Leary believes that, as I had said to one of the previous speakers, if my tact to the attorney for the detainees was too legalistic, adversarial, I apologize. I wasn't meaning to demean or undermine her or discredit her, but she's an attorney, and you know, maybe I'm getting overly legalistic. Maybe she's right. I don't mean to be that way. However, what I do want to get back to is when her question, Ms. O'Leary's question was, who have we spoken to about, and didn't speak to advocates. My recollection is that we've had public meetings and committee meetings with advocates, either on the formal committee that we've had and sometimes ad hoc committees with the attorneys who are representing the detainees. And my belief, and a lot of my focus on this has been shaped by what the attorneys, who I think are the legal advocates for these folks, what they tell us. And what my recollection is, what they've told us is that the facility, Hudson County, is a better place for them to be than otherwise. That if we just simply locked the doors and told the ICE officials that we were no longer going to house ICE detainees, that the detainees were not going to go home, the ICE would take them, as Ms. O'Leary had said. And there's no, just because they're within our walls doesn't mean that that's a sanctuary for them. ICE could take them tomorrow and take them somewhere else. But My recollection is, and if there's other members that are other members of the Freeholder Board that have a different recollection, I asked them to speak up. But my recollection was that the recommendations from the detainees' attorneys was that they were better served by staying in our facility. So again, with Ms. O'Leary, I don't want to be adversarial. I don't want to be disrespectful. And if you thought my tone was that way with the previous attorney, I apologize, and I'm happy to have the attorney call me, and she can get my numbers listed. Be happy to talk to her, but my understanding is why you've asked the question, why when the advocates say let them go and close the facility, my understanding is the advocates are not saying that. And I only go from their legal advocates and people like Father Squayo that talked before, and the committee that we've impaneled. So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but that's my impression.
Arden Donnelly.
Hello, good evening, Freeholders. Thank you. My name is Arden Donnelly, and I'm a resident of Jersey City. I'm calling in tonight to echo the calls of my fellow residents in speaking out against the ICE contract. I found the news of the rearrest by ICE of 88 of the people who were released from prison last week due to COVID concerns extremely disturbing. And to me, this series of events drove home the point that leadership in this state, county, on multiple levels is more interested in optics than in ensuring the safety and human rights of our immigrant neighbors. The transition from a Trump administration to a Biden administration is not going to make the ICE contract any more palatable or stop the harm done to families and communities. If anything, it's likely to harm more efficiency and under a veneer of legitimacy. Those who imply that Biden's election is going to cause things to go back to normal as if that's a good thing clearly don't remember how scary the Obama years were for immigrants and just how awful normal actually was. Some of the most recent additions to Biden's transition team spent years enabling mass detention and deportation under the Obama administration. People whose commitment to mass deportation has been compared to Stephen Miller's. The fact that this set of priorities is still one that you've said you can work with indicates that our priorities are worlds apart. Right now, you have an opportunity to implement this phase out that's been talked about so many times over the past few years, and to further the movement to end immigration detentions nationwide. And most importantly, to cut down on the harassment and arrest of people in your constituencies. As I see it, that path to exit that you committed to in 2018 is right here, and there's a prime opportunity to take it. We need to make sure that we don't go back to normal, but that we go forward to better. And to do that, we need to stop propping up and profiting from an agency that has put children in cages, performed sterilizations without consent, and committed violence upon entire communities. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Sarah Laskowski.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Great. So my name is Sarah Laskowski, and I am a voting resident of Weehawken. I do want to note that this is my first Freeholder meeting. So my comment, like so many others, is on around the renewal of the ICE contract. But before, I would like to raise several comments around what I've witnessed tonight in my first meeting. Regarding the chairman and the Freeholders' comments around the disapproval of constituent emails and phone calls, I would state that as the board of chosen Freeholders, it is quite literally your job to respectfully listen to your constituents rather than lecture us around whether or not you approve of our emails and phone calls regarding the concern for the humanitarian crisis in our local concentration camp. As well, the comments from Freeholder Romano around criticism and the board of Freeholders not accepting criticism, this isn't a very welcome or healthy sign of democracy. I would say if you're not capable of listening to criticism, please quit your job, as there are others who are capable. My comment, as I said, is, like so many others, around the chairman's 2018 commitment to phase out the contract with ICE and the county executive's comment that he would initiate a path to exit. I note that the chairman has again walked back this commitment tonight, remains purposefully vague, evasive, and I found purposely combative around whether or not he will phase out the contract, and then walking out of his own meeting in order to avoid facing his constituents. I also note that my own representative, Freeholder Rodriguez, has also dropped off of the call for a prior engagement, despite being a paid official aware of this meeting and the importance of public commentary in her role. I'll just say that my faith in local government has not exactly been restored upon attending my first meeting. I will now turn to the crocodile tears from Freeholder Cifelli. While it is great to hear that we are philosophically aligned, your actual actions are the only thing that matters to those who suffer, those who are encaged, those who are dying, and the friends and family members of all those who are imprisoned in this inhumane concentration camp within our county. As a constituent, I'm urging the Board of Freeholders to responsibly end the contract and mitigate the harm that ending this contract may bring to individuals in our area who may still face detention. Anti-immigrant policies rely on the availability of detention beds. When Hudson County devotes its resources to jailing immigrants for ICE, it is an active participant in these policies, an active participant in this concentration camp. As many other speakers here tonight have shared, I am also a Jewish resident. My family members fled concentration camps in Eastern Europe. Many in my bloodline died in these camps, my cousins, my uncles, and my aunts. This concentration camp in Hudson County is not only inhumane, but it is deadly. Any single death in a jail facility should be one too many. More people have died in ICE detention in this past fiscal year than in any year since 2005. Many of these deaths stem from medical neglect, and COVID-19 has only exacerbated the situation. As a second wave is imminently approaching New Jersey, in fact, it is already here, I urge you all to free them all as soon as possible. There is a humanitarian imperative to save lives. Are you prepared for additional blood on your hands? Blood of the detained, blood of those working in these facilities? As Freeholder Cifelli mentioned, simply ending the contract alone is not sufficient. You must responsibly end the contract, implement a phase out now so that immigrants in the facility have time to seek release and prepare their legal defenses. As many of the speakers have raised, there are visionaries, they are prepared, they will work with you to close this concentration camp safely and responsibility. It is up to you to close this atrocious concentration camp. It is up to you to adopt policies to prevent transfers from local and state facilities into ICE custody. It is up to you to prevent the expansion of detention. It is up to you to adopt policies banning private prisons. Free them all. Thank you. I yield.
Next speaker is Mark Devens.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Mark.
Perfect, thank you. My name is Mark Devens. I'm a resident of Jersey City in County District 4. I organize with the Hudson County Progressive Alliance and Solidarity Jersey City, and I'm here this evening, along with many others, to speak against our county's contract with ICE. Several freeholders defended the conditions of the Hudson County Correctional Facility at the start of this meeting. I have not witnessed them for myself, but I have heard from those who have, including the gut-wrenching testimonies delivered on behalf of detainees earlier in this meeting. And some of those experiences are horrific. But it doesn't matter what the conditions are at the Hudson County Correctional Facility. Even if this facility began to deliver Scandinavian levels of prison reform, I would still oppose this contract. It's not just about this facility. It's about allowing ourselves to enter into a relationship with the morally bankrupt institution that is ICE. Chairperson Veneri opened this meeting by saying he's not making a commitment on a contract. He said this over and over again. Freeholder Cifelli circled back to this just a little while ago, reminding us that there's no contract in front of them right now. The details of the contract doesn't matter. There's nothing that any contract can deliver this county that makes up for the inhumanity ICE has exhibited since its inception. How much is your conscience worth? Please correct me if I'm wrong on these numbers, but my understanding is that there are currently around 60 people detained by ICE at the Hudson County Correctional Facility. At that contract's rate of $120 per person per day, that's $2.7 million annually. It makes me deeply uncomfortable to reduce these lives down to dollars, but I know that factors into your decision. There are 675,000 residents of Hudson County. That means this contract is currently generating $4 annually per Hudson County resident. To use a term previously referenced, $4 per resident isn't a whole lot of blood money. Is that what you're willing to fight for? I know you're tired of hearing from us, but are you hearing from anyone in Hudson County advocating for continuing this relationship? I understand that some staff from the corrections facility may lose their jobs with the loss of this contract, but I have confidence that our county's jobs programs can assist them in finding new work, and I hope you share that confidence. 2021 will mark 25 years of cooperation between Hudson County and ICE and previously INS. The time has long since passed for this relationship to end. There are more than 20,000 employees of ICE. Don't delude yourself into thinking that a Biden presidency and switching a few chairs at the top of their org chart are going to change what ICE has repeatedly shown itself to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Musab Ali.
Good evening, Freeholders. I just want to start off by, thanking Freeholder Torres for his service over the last 3 years, as well as congratulating the rest of the Freeholders on their re-elections. I know that as a fellow public servant myself, I know what it takes to, present yourself in front of the people and to stand for elections. But I'm also here, to speak about the ICE contract, again, as a fellow public servant, because in 2018, the county executive made a commitment that he was going to exit from the ICE contract by the end of 2020. Here we are. And the question that I have for you is, was there a budget presented that was going to exit us from this ICE contract that was presented this year? Because if not, it's clear that that promise that originally was presented was a hollow promise. I'm sure you guys have seen at the national level the way that Democratic senators have talked about the agency. Senator Kristen Gillibrand has called ICE a deportation force, and Senator Elizabeth Warren has said that it has deeply immoral actions and is something that needs to be reformed. I think you can all agree with me that the immigration system in the United States is something that is deeply flawed and needs to be reformed. But I want to add one more thing that I heard from the speaker that came up in the previous speaker. And that is, when you make this contract, not only are you, detaining, immigrants, but you are associating Hudson County with ICE as an agency. You're supporting an agency that's locked up kids. You're supporting an agency that in some places has failed to provide the most basic health protections for children and their families amid the pandemic. And I want to ask you if, going into your next term, you want to start off your new candidacies and your new terms in office, representing a hypocritical decision that was made 2 years ago. Thank you for your time, and I yield my time.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, how many more speakers are there?
I have 8 and 2 just added on. There's no closure, so they keep adding on, Mr.
All right.
Chair.
If anyone who wants to speak can please raise your hand now. And then at that point.
So anyone who raises after now will not be included in the speaking agenda.
Correct. So if anyone who wants to speak, please raise your hand now, whether it's 5, 10, 20, whatever it is.
If they have spoken already, they will not speak again, correct?
Correct. You get one shot, right? You get one bite of the apple. But if there's anyone additionally now that wants to speak, please raise your hand now. Then we'll get an idea of how many speakers we have.
Okay, so we're closing.
And as many as there are, we'll listen to, and then we'll cut it off at that point.
Okay, so there are, I'm just making sure there's one repeat here. There's 12 non-repeat speakers so the last speaker, which I won't identify, I've noted, so anyone who comes after that person will not.
All right, but again, yeah, so one last time, if you're on the line and you want to speak, please raise your hand in the next 30 seconds, because that'll be the cutoff of speakers.
So we got 12.
All right, so going once,
12.
You got 12 speakers. Okay, we have 12 more speakers. Go ahead.
Next speaker is Caitlin Sherman.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can, Caitlin.
Okay, great. Hang on, let me pull up my notes. Okay, so first I wanted to state, like so many others, that I am disappointed that my own representative, as well as the chair, have not stuck around for the public comment. You know, a lot of people are taking time out of their own days to make their voices heard and participate in democracy. And you know, this is you guys' job. So I'm you know, always upset whenever my own representative is not here to hear me at these meetings. I'm with Hudson County Progressive Alliance and NJ08 for Progress. With NJ08 for Progress, I spent the last several months organizing phone banks and text banks to swing states 4 days a week to get Trump out of office. I am extremely glad that he is, knock on wood, going to be gone soon. But you know, I definitely have some concerns about the Biden administration. The record of the Obama's administration with ICE is probably the worst single part of his record, and I am not confident that Biden will be any different. I don't trust him to clean up ICE. I don't think there is a way to clean up ICE. It is an inherently evil, bad, corrupt, horrible fascist organization. There is no way to reform it. There are hundreds of children who may never be reunited with their families. I want you to really think about that. I don't know how many of you have children, but just like imagine never seeing your kids again due to bureaucracy. There are women who were sterilized against their will. I want you to really think about that when you are you know, considering continuing this contract, which you had said that you weren't going to. I want you to really think about what that means for someone to have their reproductive rights taken away from them like that. Their right to have a family. I want you to really think about the testimony that we just heard, including the person who was in our facility as recently as this year, because it was during COVID. So, you know, after all these supposed reforms that you guys put in to make it so nice and cozy. I also want to point out, you know, that ICE is contributing to COVID outbreaks around the world by holding people in unhygienic conditions here and then deporting them to other countries which had their COVID outbreaks under control after they've contracted the disease and then spreading it literally around the globe. Like we, you know, working with this organization is literally contributing to a global pandemic on a global scale. None of this is philosophical. I think that is, you know, pretty evidence-based, and I don't think we should be trying to plug holes in our county budget with the meager money that we are getting from this organization. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Next speaker is Raphael Wakefield.
Or a special meeting.
You know, that may be
Probably better if you want.
Mr. Wakefield, you're on.
Hi, I'm Raphael Wakefield. I live in Jersey City in Jerry Walker's district. I'm speaking for myself here. I'll be brief. Let's be clear about what ICE, at least the part of ICE we are dealing with, actually does. They arrest people in this country already for immigration violations. They don't keep new people out. They certainly don't arrest people hiring illegal immigrants. They don't shut down the jobs attracting them here. Many of the people they catch do nothing except seek a better life for themselves in this country and in this county. Some of them, I have no doubt, really did and would do more terrible things and were safer with them deported. But ICE's practical effect is not to get the bad illegals. Their main effect is to terrorize the working class people local employers attracted to prevent them from demanding better conditions. They are an enforcement arm for local business in this way. They help depress local wages and sustain a permanent underclass that can be controlled. Everyone knows how to stop illegal immigration. You go after the employers. Obama did it a little bit and it seriously hurt California vineyards, then he backed off. Trump didn't do it. Biden won't do it. ICE cannot do it, even if they wanted to, by the nature of their organization. Let's be clear about this, regardless of our politics. ICE is not performing a useful function from the perspective of working people in Hudson County. This is not just a moral or even economic issue anymore. This is a matter of public health. Since the start of the pandemic, I have said consistently, not just to you, but to the governor and state attorney general as well, we need to empty the jails of everyone we possibly can. Well, it may be the case that now, during the coronavirus, the ICE contract is a net drain on the county budget by worsening the spread of disease. Please ensure that the ICE contract is discontinued and that the jails be kept empty of everyone except those who absolutely must be there for imminent public safety reasons we, the county, decide, and not an unaccountable federal bureaucracy with its own agenda. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, sir.
Kayla Rivera.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Today I'd like to speak about the detention center as well. While listening to the commenting of the freeholders, it was mentioned that although there have been deaths, positive change has come from those deaths. A few moments later, another member mentioned that we shouldn't try to fix these issues on the backs of the current prisoners. So my question is, why is it okay for change to come on the backs of the prisoners when it is in the form of death, but not by ending this contract? When will there be an end of being complacent on the backs of these prisoners? And when will people be put before profits? I ask that you end this contract and think of people as humans. These are concentration camps. And finally, I just want to say that it's very shameful that one of the members had an outburst and a tantrum earlier during public comment when this is literally their job. And as I sat here and watched you guys, I see you guys kind of sneering, rolling your eyes. This is your job. You're supposed to listen to public commentary. And as other people have said, if you don't like it, then don't do it. You're supposed to listen to the public and the people that you're serving. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Nicole Guglielmi.
Hi, my name is Nicole Guglielmi, and tonight I am speaking in regards to ICE facilities and am demanding that Hudson County cuts its ties with ICE and ends the contract. I realize that much of what I'm going to say has already been said, but it seems it needs reiteration considering numerous members today have still not pledged to end the contract, even after so many community members have shared such deeply personal experiences to whom I want to sincerely thank. I know many commissioners have said, whether in conversation with myself over the phone or tonight on the call, that if the Hudson County facility is to be closed, the immigrants detained will be sent to facilities elsewhere in the country, which we have been told have worse conditions. Firstly, you have already heard a number of testimonies of traumatic experiences within Hudson County facilities. Secondly, no improvement of conditions can right this wrong. You cannot reform an inhumane system. These detention facilities, along with other components of the prison industrial complex, aren't broken, they are working as designed. This country has the largest prison population in the world, and it profits off of it every day. It profits off of broken families, stolen lives, and lifelong trauma. Many of you tonight have said that you philosophically disagree with these facilities. So do we. That is why we demand, not ask, because we know the harm being committed. But unlike you, we are unwilling to cooperate with a brutal white supremacist agency. If you truly feel that family separation and deportation are wrong, then you would commit to ending the contract. And while some of you have ignored and continue to ignore the concerns of our community members, we are the ones who have provided support for those who have been incarcerated within your facilities. We are the ones who have fundraised for those who have lost everything because they cannot pay their bills while in your facilities. If you too want to protect some of the most vulnerable members of our communities, then you would end the contract. I'd just like to add, I am 18 years old. I was born in 2002. ICE was established in 2003. ICE has been around for almost the entirety of my life, and yet I can imagine a world without it. So I'm asking, why can't you?
Thank you for your comments.
The next speaker is Taylor. Please provide us your full name.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can, Taylor.
Hi, my name is Taylor Valencia and I'm calling from Weehawken, New Jersey. I am a part of the North Jersey DSA and I'm here to reiterate, DSA is the Democratic Socialists of America. I'm here to reiterate the concerns of fellow callers here today to demand freeholders to keep their promise that was made in 2018 and end the ICE contract. I will keep this short since, again, it is a reiteration of everything my fellow callers have said, but by ending the ICE contract, Hudson County can stand up for immigrant communities and stand against the racist anti-immigrant policies that depend on detention. It can reduce ICE's capacity to conduct arrests and operations locally. It can save lives by reducing the overall numbers of people in the jail. It can start to make up for the decades of harm that immigrants have suffered behind its bars. So I actually have one last request. This is my first meeting. So can someone please read the bylaws on closing comments? Thank you. Good job, babe.
Next speaker, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry. The bylaws, can I get those? Anyone? I just want to know what the bylaws are in closing comments. Thank you.
If you send me an email, a document request, I will send you the bylaws, Ms. Valencia.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Sarah Steinbeck.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Hi, everyone. I would like to thank everyone for making the time to be here tonight. I am speaking on behalf of myself in Jersey City, being a Jewish businesswoman whose family fled out of Nazi Germany, and I am a survivor of their trauma and sexual abuse and mental abuse. In saying that, within trauma itself, with the people that are in ICE, that are going through it, and everyone in 2020 who's going through what's going on with the pandemic, you know, a lot of trauma is created and mental health is quite important. So right now with these people that are in ICE, you know, they're going through this, and then once they're out of ICE, even if they do survive, they're still going to have to heal through this. So, you know, being part of ICE, you know, and being part of this contract in Hudson County, you know, you're lending a hand into the trauma and then into all the healing that they will need. Stating that. And then I have 4 questions. Am I allowed to ask them and have them answered?
You can put them on the record, and then we'll see whether they answered now or what the procedure would be to answer them for you.
Okay, excellent. So my first question is, have you all been to the jails and spoken to any of the enslaved people?
Yep. Put all 4 questions on the record, then anyone who wants to answer it can answer it.
Okay,
Next question.
Number 1. Number 2, how do you all personally feel about this entire situation with ICE? I know that you might be speaking as a full, but I would like to know personally how each person really feels about it. You know, objectively, personally, emotionally, you know, it's quite important just to know, like, to see your human side of it, you know, because we could all be objective, but, you know, to really just see how you feel outside of, you know, the bureaucratic and legal system, just how you feel as a human. 3, what happens if Hudson County exits their contract with ICE? And if this ends, how can you all help to push this to end on a higher level? Because as you stated a few questions prior and speakers prior, you know, even if Hudson County does exit, you know, like obviously monetary means are lost and maybe some jobs are lost, and, you know, everything just comes down to, you know, death and taxes. It's just, you know, when it does end or if it ends, what can you do on a higher level to help push it to end in totality? Number 4, will your mind be changed by our voices, or is your mind already made up with your decision on this? Again, this is more of a fuller question, but it really relates back to the question about, how you feel personally, which is question 2.
All right, does any member want to answer any of those questions? Okay, so I'll answer the first question, ma'am, is yes, I visited the facility. Excuse me?
You can call me Sarah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sarah. Sarah, I visited the facility on more than one occasion and did speak to detainees, and I actually will plan to visit it again prior to, if I'm told there's going to actually be a vote brought up.
I see. I think it would be best if we refer them as enslaved people, because when we say detainees, we create this noun for them that isn't who they are, and it takes away their humanism.
Well, I refer to the terminology in the agreements that we have. That's the process that I follow. I respect your right to refer to them in any way you wish to, and you should respect any of our rights to refer to them in a different way.
Arbitrarily, of course, understood.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any comments or responses to what the issues that were raised? I mean, I've made my position on how I'm going to vote if this contract comes up again, so I don't think I need to repeat that.
I think I've made my position clear. I've actually visited with Freeholder all day and provided translation services in our visit as well, to have conversations and have more details on the background regarding the issues and the situation there.
Anyone else?
Next speaker is Hector Oscara. Hector, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Hello, County Commissioners. Thank you for being here tonight, and thank you for letting us speak. My name is Hector Oscara, and I live in Union City. That's Commissioner Cedeno's district. I thank her for being here. I know a lot of other people don't usually get to see their commissioner or say anything to them. So I definitely thank you, Fanny, for being here. I mean, the reason I'm here is because the ICE contract is clearly a disgrace. It's a human rights violation. I want you all to personally think about if you want your names going next to things like Auschwitz. As other people have mentioned, they come here from a history of having seen these things go on before. All of you, not a single one of you doesn't come from a family that didn't come to America from somewhere else. And so you should appreciate that this country was made for people to come here to seek refuge. And for you to continue the ICE contract is going to be a blemish on your personal record, on the record of Hudson County, and on our moral character as a society. I really appreciate that some people do have the courage to vote against a monetary interest, and that's ultimately what this is, the ICE contract. Those of you who vote for it, it's for a monetary purpose, and you all know that. And I think that you should ask yourself if there is an amount of money that is worth selling out your moral character. That's what this ICE contract boils down to. And when you decide how to vote on that contract, you should know that that's what you're voting for, because this will go down in history, and you should know on what side of that history you will fall. Please make the right decision. The reason we're all making you stay up late into the night is to plead that you listen to what the people are telling you in a very clear fashion. People like Vanieri stand up there and say that they get reelected over and over again, but he gets reelected over and over again because he has a machine at his back that won't let him lose. And you all know that. If people had a choice of ICE contract or no ICE contract in Hudson County, you know what that vote would come out to.
Should put it on the
Do
ballot.
what the people, yeah, please do put it on a ballot. It would be very clear. And I know,
That would be good.
yeah, and don't put a line on it. Don't put a line on it that says HCDO and see how that vote comes out. Point being, you know what the people would want. This is an immigrant community, and you know what the right thing to do is. The monetary incentive is not worth it. And the reason you're up late into the night listening to all of us is because we want you to recognize that. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker is Marlene Ramos.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Marlene Ramos, and I'm a member of Critical Resistance, and I recently began working with a small group of women under the name Ni Muertas Ni Presas, which translates neither dead nor imprisoned. I was supposed to be translating the testimony of Rosalba Palma, who was currently detained at Hudson County Jail during the peak months of the pandemic. She unfortunately needs to work tomorrow early in the morning, so she had to step out. But I wanted to go ahead and summarize what she shared with me yesterday as we were getting ready for this call. Rosalba was detained at Hudson County Jail for a few months before being transferred to Bergen County Jail, where she remained for the rest of her period in immigration custody. In Hudson County Jail, she told me that she witnessed both women in immigration side as well as in general population go through horrific conditions, many of which have already been shared here. And I'm not sure if retelling some of those horrific stories necessarily changes what your position necessarily, but just to repeat it one more time, and perhaps since you've also heard these stories outside of this space, Rosalba was forced to purchase things like toiletries, like toilet paper, and she shared with me that this is a cost-cutting measure that was clearly being employed by the jail in order to be able to get as much money as possible from federal revenue into the operations of the jail without necessarily servicing immigrant detainees. We know that even in the effort to try to service immigrant detainees and supposedly create better standards of confinement, even people in general population are withheld some of their basic needs. She also mentioned the kinds of solidarity that happened among women, both within general population as well as with people on the immigration side, how constantly they had to motivate each other and lift up their spirits because many of them going through depression and many of them were even losing their mind. So they really relied on each other for strength, for support, and to help each other not give up and not sign voluntary orders of deportation, to actually see their cases and try to obtain legal defense support. And that is how I came to meet Rosalba Palma. In fact, I hardly or at all didn't speak with her during her detention. My primary role was speaking and communicating with her very young daughter who's in her early 20s. And her daughter fought very hard to get her out of detention. And I saw her witness, both struggling, having to be a worker during the pandemic, while at the same time having to care for her very young child. And on top of that, having to then figure out, a legal strategy for her mother. She was responsible for putting together the things like GoFundMe, because during the time of her imprisonment, she lost her home, she lost her belongings, and she saw her family scattered around between different family members. Through the great advocacy of her daughter and her friends, Ms. Rosalba Palma was able to be released from detention, but it took a lot of effort, and we know that this is not the case for many women and men who are under ICE custody. I'd like to now yield my time. I wanted to go ahead and translate the testimony of Ms. Mirna Loscano, and I believe you should be able to see her. If not, I can put her on speakerphone and then we can communicate that way.
Mr. Chair, the
She-
speaker has 1 minute left, and I don't see anyone else by that name.
Then we can put her on speaker. Mirna, me puedes escuchar, Mirna?
Mr. Clerk, if they could put her on speaker, I would defer to allow
Let her speak.
let that speaker 5 minutes with the translation, because this speaker spoke earlier and mentioned that she was going to translate for 2 individuals, so I don't want to deprive them of the right to get her. So, ma'am, if you could get her on the speaker and then you could translate, and we'll grant 5 minutes just for her comments.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to try to, because I'm echoing, I can hear myself on her phone. She is on the call, but
There is a meeting I listed.
yeah, so that's her. So if you can unmute her and then I can translate that way.
Can you unmute her? Can you unmute her?
Okay, hold on a second. Yeah. She's unmuted if that's her.
She's unmuted now. Let her know she has 5 minutes, and then you can translate.
Tenemos 5 minutos para todo el tiempo, para el testimonio. Podemos comenzar ahora.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Mirna Lascano.
She has to unmute herself.
You have to unmute herself. Tell her she has to unmute herself, please.
Tienes que
Oh, she's unmuted now. She's
Buenas
unmuted.
noches, ¿me
Okay, go
escuchan?
ahead.
¿Me escuchan ahora?
Yes.
Perfecto.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Mirna Lascano. Soy residente en East Harlem. Yo también soy sobreviviente de ICE. Yo también estuve en un centro de detención. Fui deportada y separada de mis hijas por 3 años. Mis hijas sufrieron traumas severos que hasta la fecha el impacto, siguen tomando medicamentos antidepresivos y tuvieron varias enfermedades que desarrollaron. Como mi niña tenía 5 años, empezó a desarrollar esquizofrenia y está tratándose con un psiquiatra, ha tenido terapias, y mi niña mayor también.
Mirna, me permites traducir para que no pierda nada lo que mencionas? So, good evening. My name is Mirna Lascano. I live in East Harlem, and I'm also a survivor of ICE. I was detained and deported and separated from my family for 3 years. I and my family experienced extreme, severe trauma. Until this day, even though I've been reunited with my family, my daughter still takes antidepressants. My daughter at a very young age was diagnosed with schizophrenia. Mirna, ¿puedes seguir?
Dentro de la institución del centro de detención, me sentí muy violada de mis derechos humanos porque nos hacen que nos desnuden, y yo sentí las manos de la persona ahí, el oficial que nos revisa, acentuando mis genitales, metiendo los dedos, como buscando drogas o armas, y eso me ha causado hasta la fecha un dolor que no he podido superar todavía por la humillación y la xenofobia con la que me trataron.
So while being imprisoned by ICE, I felt violated, and I was forced to get naked. I was constantly subjected to searches. People would, I'm not sure how to translate this without, I mean, it's a horrific experience, I'm not sure, but people with cold hands would also, or people would also would touch my private parts as if I had drugs in my private parts, and I still feel a lot of pain and humiliation from this experience. I still haven't been able to move on from it.
Me encadenaron de pies y manos.
So I was changed from head to toe.
Y les imploraba que no me deportaran porque mis hijas estaban en peligro.
And I begged them not to deport me because my daughters were in danger.
He sentido el dolor. Me he revolcado de dolor.
I have felt the pain, and I have I have revolcado, oh goodness. I have basically been in a lot of pain and could not withstand the pain that I was in.
Quería quitarme la vida porque no tenía una identidad ni en mi país, ni acá, nada, ni mis hijas. Llegué sola, sin una identificación porque todo me tiraron.
When I was deported, I wanted to commit suicide. I was in a lot of pain because I was not with my daughters. When I was deported, I was thrown out without any proper documentation. And I was without my daughters. And the word that I couldn't translate before was that I wallowed in pain or from pain. Rosalba.
Ahora estoy participando con el grupo Ni Muertas Ni Presas.
I am now part of the group Ni Muertas Ni Presas, which translates neither dead nor imprisoned.
Llevo 4 años recibiendo consejería.
I've been in therapy for 4 years.
Me ha causado muchos traumas severos y enfermedades.
And being in detention has caused severe trauma and mental health illnesses.
Mi niña sigue teniendo muchas terapias y perdió en educación. Necesita tener maestros especiales para que ella pueda aprender porque ella tuvo un retraso académico muy fuerte.
And my daughter continues to receive therapy as well. She was unfortunately withheld from progressing in her schooling because of the trauma that she experienced and the separation the trauma that she experienced from our separation.
Yo ahora les pido que cierren esos centros de detención.
I'm now here to ask you to close that detention center or the contract.
Solo son una máquina de hacer dinero para los empresarios y los gobiernos que cada año prometen lo mismo y nunca cambia, nunca hay una reforma migratoria integral.
These facilities are machines for generating revenue for people who profit from them and from governments, but they don't service the people. And I did not catch the end. Mirna sigue.
Es un gran negocio para políticos y para todos los que aprueban todas esas prácticas inhumanas.
This is a big business that only benefits and profits politicians, and they don't benefit people, or they benefit these politicians off of inhumane practices.
Es una herramienta innecesaria que promueve la xenofobia.
This is a tool that promotes xenophobia and racism.
Me he dado cuenta que NYPD colabora con ellos. He visto cómo arrestan a mis vecinos.
I have noted the ways in which local police like the NYPD collaborates with this system. I have seen how the NYPD arrests my neighbors.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, the time has lapsed.
You have a minute. One minute, please, because you have to translate.
Queda 30
So you have
segundos.
Solo les
one more
digo
minute.
que terminen esas máquinas de tortura psicológica y física para los seres humanos. Los migrantes también merecemos vivir en dignidad.
All I ask is that you end.
Me pregunto, ¿qué hace? Yo me pregunto qué hace un político cuando le lleva un regalo a sus hijos, sabiendo que ese dinero lo ha ganado con el dolor y el sufrimiento de las personas y que está manchado de sangre y manchado de corrupción y deshonestidad.
So the only thing I ask is that you end the contract with ICE. This is a machine that creates torture, both physical as well as mental. And I ask you, how does a politician bring a gift to your children and to your family knowing that your salary is based out of this contract that causes so much pain and harm to others. And this is blood, blood money is on your hands.
All right, the time was up. I just had one question for the record. Should we just know for our own record, what was the period of time that she was at the Hudson County facility?
Rosalba Palma was detained at the facility during the height of the COVID pandemic. And I believe, I'd have to verify with her, but I believe it was between April until about June, before she was transferred to Bergen County Jail. And Miss Mirna Loscano was, I don't believe, Mirna, ¿dónde estabas? ¿Dónde estabas detenida por parte de ICE?
En Florence, Arizona.
Oh, so Miss Mirna Loscano was transferred to Florence, Arizona during her detention.
Okay, but the period that she was at the Hudson County facility was approximately April to June. April to June
that
of
was
this
at
year.
Myrna. That was at Myrna.
No, that was Miss Rosalba Palma.
Okay, the speaker that just spoke, were they at the Hudson County facility?
No, she was not. She's a
So
person
she was not, okay.
who was detained, deported. She luckily was able to come back, fought for her freedom, reunited with her family, and now is part of a group of women, primarily immigrant women who've been previously detained, to help other people in detention get out of detention.
Understood. I just needed to understand. So the individual that, because they had to go to work, that you presented had been at the facility earlier this year, the speaker that you translated for
was not.
Underwent some very horrific treatment based on her testimony at facilities, but none of those facilities were Hudson County. Is that fair?
She was
Is that a fair representation?
I mean, I think that the fair representation would be to say that the kind of detention that or experiences that people go through at Hudson facility are like the ones that Miss Mirna Loscano spoke about.
That's a fair representation of the opinion. But again, I'm not in favor of the contract, but I just want to clarify which of the individuals was there.
To confirm, Ms. Loscano was not at Hudson County Jail.
That's all. Okay, thank you.
The next speaker, and for the record, there are additional speakers that have come on since we spoke, Mr. Chairman. We're closing it off at the time we announced this. So if you come on since, you will not be recognized.
So Al, hold on. Is Ed Florio still around?
Yes.
So
I'm
Mr.
still
Florio,
here, Chairman.
So Mr. Florio, I have to ask a legal procedural question. In the public portion, not related to any items on any agenda, is there any rules or regulations that allow a time cutoff, a number cutoff, a request to say, if you want to speak, please raise your hand now, or if there's 1,000 people, then 1,000 people can speak, whatever?
No. Chairman, the law sets forth the responsibility of the panel to entertain public participation. The Open Public Meetings Act is silent as to the number of speakers and the amount of time that speakers are allowed to speak. So as you did a little earlier, you could entertain the option of limiting the remaining numbers of speakers, given the fact that the issue has been repeated numbers of times, but many speakers have had the opportunity to participate. So in my opinion, the board has met its responsibility under the Open Public Meetings Act in terms of entertaining public participation.
Does anything in our internal rules, bylaws, things that we've adopted in any way go further than the requirements that the Open Public Meetings Act do?
No, in my in my recollection of the bylaws of the Freeholder Board, there is nothing that contradicts or expands upon the responsibilities under the Open Public Meetings Act.
Because from my personal perspective, and I'll defer to the rest of the board, I'll sit here all night if people want to speak. When I was a councilman, I used to sit to meetings at 3 o'clock in the morning. So I don't mind if people are going to say the same thing 100 times. They've got a right to say it, but I'm going to defer to the board. Do we want to have a point where we cut the number? I asked about 45 minutes ago if anyone wanted to speak to please raise their hand. I'm not sure why individuals who wanted to speak wouldn't have raised their hand then. How many additional speakers have raised their hand since then?
One remains additional. There's 4 who are still had their hands up, had their hands up when we made that announcement, and then 1 additional came on a couple minutes ago.
All right, so
Just cut it off at
yes,
the one
Al.
who called in late, the last one. One more speaker's not going to kill anybody.
I'm fine. That's fine. Okay, proceed. If somebody just calls in, we'll let people speak. Go ahead, Al.
But on the Zoom thing, I think we've got to. I don't care. I'm here. But
Yeah, for you.
To that last person who came in, let them speak.
Okay.
Right.
All right,
Sarah Grace Johnson.
The other thing I was going to say.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
They can.
Hi there.
So they can make a part of the.
My name is Grace Johnson.
I'm sorry.
I'm a
Go
resident.
ahead, please.
Hudson County must end their contract with ICE immediately. At this point in time, ICE's sole purpose is to detain and deport immigrants, tearing apart households and communities across the U.S. With more than 5 million children having at least one undocumented parent, Hudson County Jail is essentially getting paid to separate children from their caregivers. They're perpetuating the cycle of abuse and mistreatment of immigrants and their families. Speaking as a resident of Jersey City, one of the most diverse cities in America, Hudson County Jail needs to end their contract with ICE in order to put a stop to this type of racial injustice. There are better ways and so many opportunities at hand to use the money that is instead being used to cause physical and mental traumas. Now is the time to put an end to the violence, and it is your duty as freeholders to do so. ICE is beyond reform at this point. Abolition is the only way to move forward. No human is illegal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Jenny T, please state your full name.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can, Jenny.
Hi, my name is Jenny Tang.
What's your last name?
Tang,
Can you spell that?
T-A-N-G.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Jenny.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Jenny Tang. I organize with Solidarity and Mutual Aid Jersey City, and I'm calling to urge Hudson County to end its ICE contract. It's pretty late, so I will keep my comments brief. I'd like to highlight that Hudson County officials have already committed to a path to exit from its ICE contract in 2018, and now is the time to do so. As callers before me have already stated, ICE is a morally reprehensible institution, and it's working exactly as it's intended. Hudson County's ICE contract creates incentives and conditions for racist policies. Having an ICE contract means there's an incentive to make local immigration arrests to fill these beds in detention centers. If you are as concerned as you say you are that shutting down one ICE facility could lead to another one rising in its place, you need to implement a phase out and advocate for policies that prevent detention expansion. You need to do something about that. I would like to end my statement by saying that Hudson County Jail is indeed a cruel torture center where incarcerated people face inhumane and unsanitary conditions, medical neglect, punitive isolation, and preventable death. It's a place where people are dehumanized, where they're treated as less than human. As you have heard from the very brave testimony from Myrna before me, these detention centers are places where people are subjected to physical, sexual, psychological, and verbal abuse. And the people who are detained there, if they are to survive, have to live with that trauma for the rest of their lives. And I'd like to ask whether Hudson County has oversight over ICE procedures that are in any way different from elsewhere in the country. So to rephrase that question, are ICE procedures in Hudson County different from procedures elsewhere in this country? I don't really know the answer to that question, but I imagine the answer is probably not that different. So the experience of Myrna is probably most likely indicative. It illustrates the experiences of other people who have been detained in these centers. You'd have to be heartless to support this institution that profits on racism and abuse. Don't be complicit. Please end this contract. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Carrie M. Please state your full name.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. My name is Carrie Murphy. I grew up in Jersey City almost my whole life. I currently work in Hudson County. Everyone, I've been waiting hours to speak, but pretty much everyone said everything I needed to say, just a few things. Again, you stated that you were going to end this ICE contract. You need to do it. People are suffering in your jail, and your legacy is going to be that you caused deaths and suffering from all people in that jail. Deaths and suffering of workers in that jail that are witnessing this traumatizing experiences, and those that are actually suffering in your jail. What you're doing is wrong, and it's disgusting. Your constituents now know that you have been taking blood money, and they aren't going to tolerate it anymore. You will be voted out and held in shame, just like Trump has done. People will organize. We're giving you 2 years to get this done right. One of my questions, which I would like answered in writing, is where is the financial plan? If you were really going to end this contract, you would have had a financial plan. So I would like to know where that financial plan is. All night you've been lying to your constituents, blaming the county executive that he's the one that signs the contract. You all have to agree to it. All you have to say is no, we don't want to continue this contract. That includes all of your affiliated vendor contracts that you have, the law firm, the food vendor. This is how the blood money is being dragged into your county. And then you sign the ICE contract. Stop blaming Trump. Stop waiting on Biden. Just do the right thing. Make your county proud. End the ICE contract. Jersey City, Union City, and really all of Hudson County had large groups of Polish immigrants come to the Hudson County during and after the war, including my own family. Generations know of those horrors in Europe, and they now know that your horrors and suffering that you're continuing to do today. Latin Americans and Latinx families, including my own family, have come to Hudson County. What you are doing to their family members and to my family members is disgraceful. People of color are the backbone of Hudson County. What you are doing is despicable. It's disgusting, and it's horrid. Constituent after constituent, an actual person that was detained. I can't even, the trauma, it's unbelievable. They kept talking about the horrors in this jail and in all of these jails and under the Have a Nice contract for all the inmates and detainees. And your response was to leave the room, to talk over us, and one of you worrying about eating some macaroni. I have a great idea. Have your family take a field trip to the jail and eat that food for dinner. Shame on you. My questions that I would like answered, and I would like it in writing. I want to know right now today, which of you will still say no to renew the ICE contract? I'm not talking about 2 years ago. I'm talking about now. Again, I would like to know, has a financial plan been set so that when the contract ends, your county can still get money? It was number 3. It was mentioned that some of the tax monies went to better food and better care at that jail. It obviously didn't work. It's not good enough. I want to know where the rest of the monies went. Oppression monies were spent on what else? And finally, I would like to know how each and every one of you wake up in the morning knowing that you are racist, that you're misspending tax monies, and that you're murderers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker is John Rivera.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Good evening, commissioners and freeholders. My name is John Rivera, and I'm with the Workers' Party of America. Solidarity to our brothers and sisters here. Do not be discouraged to voice your opinions. On behalf of Mirna's testimony, this is what is being debated. This torture of colonized, enslaved people is what is being debated right now. I'm here tonight to discuss the renewal of ICE contract, obviously. I appreciate the attempts at trying to adjust or fix a system that perpetuates constant terror amongst colonized peoples. Like a colleague here said, the system is not broken. It is working as intended to be working, concentrating, if I do dare say, mass peoples of colors and low-income class peoples. I believe fondly that others will follow if Hudson County follows. On the basis of abolishing ICE and the prison industrial complex, the Reverend said it right. We must attempt to decrease the strangle the complex has around our communities. Shame on the little toddler that left and the one that has thrown several temper tantrums. These are our officials. Shame. We, the people, will talk to you however way we want, for human lives are at stake, and we are the voices of those lives at stake. I oppose the ICE contract renewal for several reasons, in fact. As the spread of COVID-19 overwhelms some areas in the country, the situation that immigrants, 35,000 in fact, in detention are facing has become an urgent concern, with unsanitary conditions, overcrowded living spaces, and a lack of medical personnel. Many detainees fear that they have become sitting ducks as the coronavirus closes in around them. You are not serving this community or this country by renewing a blood money contract to an organization that is submitting these peoples to their deaths under the pandemic. You are culprits in this, and you shall be tried so forth in the coming decades when these injustices are addressed. I wanted to remind y'all the remarks of a gentleman that I'm forgetting the name of in reference towards the injustices that have happened. I recorded, these things have brought positive change. I'm glad that you pride yourself in change only when injustices happen. Interesting. Later, this entity said, we shouldn't ask for change on the backs of prisoners. Also interesting. A lot of you seem to have philosophical debates in your head. I would too when participating in one of the largest concentration camps in history. Please, please, please stop having these philosophical debates over human lives. I conclude. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Juan Gomez.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Gomez.
Hi, I'm Juan Gomez. I'm from Kearney. Calling to urge you all to halt this contract with ICE. Continuing this contract will only further the separation of people from their families and from their communities. Have long-term impacts on those families and those communities, and in many cases, fatal outcomes. In Hudson County itself has been noted as a especially dangerous detention center in the United States. Many people have died in it needlessly and preventably. It is inhumane to continue the imprisonment of members of our communities. So I urge you to do the right thing and oppose this contract. Hudson County should be investing in welcoming immigrants, not imprisoning them. This is particularly disgusting in the wake of this pandemic, where immigrants have been on the front lines, providing us with care, taking care of loved ones, making sure we're getting the food that we need, taking care of our communities in every single possible way. And all that with little to no help from our federal, state, and local government. They don't benefit from the programs that our governments put in place. They're doing this with little to no help, and now they're also facing possible imprisonment and torture in these detention facilities. I am a former staffer for Senator Booker. I worked on his immigration policy team for many years. I know that there's no meaningful oversight of this detention facility. I've seen it firsthand. A US Senate staffer not being able to get meaningful answers from detention facility in your county, who has direct oversight, supposedly, of that detention facility. There is no meaningful oversight. There is no reform. I urge you to not continue with this contract. I'm from Kearney, and the detention facility is in my town. I do not want this to be the legacy of my home. It was a place that I grew up, surrounded by immigrant communities, immigrant families, and I don't want it to be the legacy that it be a place where people suffered, where people died, were separated from loved ones. That is not the legacy that Kearney or Hudson County should leave behind, and I hope none of you all hope to leave that legacy either. There is much more that we can do to invest in our community, and there's a lot that both Kearney and Hudson County can do to earn money and revenue that does not come with the burden of hurting immigrant families, who again are the backbone of our communities across Hudson County, not just Kearney. It's really important that this contract not be continued. It is imperative, and that goes for all of the detention facilities in New Jersey, but today we're particularly speaking specifically about this one. There's just no way that we can ensure that folks in this detention facility will be safe, that they will be taken care of properly. I've seen so firsthand, and we've seen the reports from human rights organizations who have gone and investigated. There's no safe way to do this. There's no reform. And I urge you to really leave these conversations with that understanding. There's no fixing this problem. The only way to fix it is to close this detention facility and look for other avenues to help immigrants, to be a beacon of hope and a place that welcomes immigrants like I know Hudson County can be. Thank you so much for taking the time and for letting everyone speak.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask
Freeholder Sefeli? Yes, sir.
Mr. Gomez a question? Mr. Gomez, I'm your freeholder, and I am sensitive to your comments about your concerns, especially with respect to your comments about the inability for, I don't know whether it's Senator Booker's staff or in order to obtain information about the conditions at the county facility or our facility. So I know if you give the clerk your phone number after, I'll be happy to call you tomorrow because I want to find out who in the county earned your requests from Senator Booker's staff, because I want to get to the bottom of that. Be no purposeful obfuscation about information. So if you give the clerk your phone number, I'm happy to call you tomorrow morning so you can tell me who in the county has not responded to Senator Booker's or his staff's comments. Thanks.
Yeah, and to be clear, I'm a former staffer. I no longer work there, but I'm happy to provide my phone number and speak more. And the issue is not with the county, but with the detention facility itself.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry that I misunderstood your comments.
Yeah.
I thought your comments were directed that the county has been less than transparent or less than responsive.
With the detention facility itself.
I'm glad to talk to you about it. And if you give the clerk your phone number, maybe he can perhaps email it or call me tomorrow, and I'm happy to continue the dialogue with you. But I'm sorry, I just wanted to clarify that. I didn't want the impression to go on that someone on the county side was stonewalling Senator Booker's staff. And if that's the impression, I'm sorry, I didn't, that's the impression I had, but thank you for clearing that up.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Mr. Gomez, the email is asantos@hcnj.us. Mr. Chairman, there's no further speakers, but Freeholder Torres, do you wish to vote on the consent agenda?
Yes, I was going to bring that up. I vote aye for everything, including the ordinances.
So aye on all resolutions and aye on the 3 ordinances for introduction and the 2 ordinances for adoption.
adoptions. Yes.
And aye on the minutes as well.
Yes.
Okay, motion to
Mr.
adjourn is in order.
No,
Motion
Mr.
to
Yeah,
adjourn.
Mr. Clerk, prior to adjourning, just a couple of observations or requests based on the testimony or comments today. First, I'd like us to find out what is the current number of ICE detainees at the facility, broken down by male and female. Secondly, one of the speakers raised an issue about individuals.
Could we also break it up by how many are Hudson County people?
Yeah, and how many are residents of Hudson County, though we know that the vast majority are from New York. But that, yeah, fine, break down from where they are. One concern that was brought to my attention listening today is one of the speakers raised an issue of individuals taking voluntary deportations while at not our facility, but generally at facilities. I'd like to know, can we get the data over the last 2 years, how many individuals that were housed as ICE detainees at the county facility ultimately left there through a voluntary deportation? Because that, I find that a very interesting fact that I want to know if that's occurred and how often that may have occurred at our facility. Is that information that we should be able to get, Mr. Administrator?
I don't know, because we're not the ones that handle that.
Is Mr. Edwards, is Director Edwards still on the line?
We find out. Yes, he is.
Director Edwards, can you ascertain for us information on how many individuals that were at the facility during the prior 24 months left the facility, and in leaving the facility, they left due to a voluntary agreement to a voluntary deportation?
Freeholder, we don't have that information, but I will put a request in. As far as the count, today we have 79 inmates, detainees, all from New York, all male.
So you have 79 detainees, they're all male, and they're all from New York, none from New Jersey.
Correct. And I'll look for the information and I'll get it back to the administrator as fast as possible.
Yeah, I would ask that if you put that request to them in writing and that we get copied on that, because if ICE is reluctant to give us that information, I'm not even asking for names at this point. All I'm asking for is a number. I think that's basic information, and it's something that was brought up by one of the speakers that raised an additional concern in my mind.
Okay.
That's all I have. I don't know if any other members have any comments before we adjourn.
Motion.
Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Motion by Freeholder Cifelli, seconded by Freeholder Cedeno.
Yes.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Meeting is adjourned.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone. Noel, thanks for joining us.